Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're all having a wonderful start to your week. Tori was here first at 7:33 p.m. before stream even started, and then Pasta was also here before stream even started. Astral was here before stream started, but ultimately, Pasta did redeem first. So Pasta, here is your cookie. Astral redeemed second, so you get half a cookie. Guys, guess what? I'm packing my suitcase to go see Ty and Charlie. No way. Yeah, we're picking Tori up from the airport tomorrow morning. So, very exciting. Pasta's at 4,100 bells on her loan. Doe is here. Hello, how are you? Mobile app didn't want to load for me. Fucking installing marbles on my phone. Not marbles. Doe paid her loan. She's at 4,300. Moth paid their loan. They're at 23,600. Duck is here. Hello. Duck is at 600 bells on their loan. I've had a very productive 10 minutes. Good, good. Can one of these apples be green? No. You found your Switch? Let's go. Just looking for one last thing that would make my life a bit easier. I hope that you find. Ask St. Anthony. Look at Applin. Yeah, okay, so the thing that happened with the auto shout-out this time is I was trying to fix why it wasn't working last time, and then I just tried to send it out manually, but I forgot when I send them out manually, it uses my username as a default and not the username of the person, so I had to resend it manually and put in your username. I still don't know why they're not sending automatically, because I undid what I did to make it not send automatically, and it's still not working. So I think it's just fucking broken, and I might have to just redo the whole command. I need somebody from Floromatown or Egg Toast to come in and see if theirs are working, because I haven't touched theirs, but all of the entrance commands are built the same. So if y'all's aren't working, I'm worried that theirs are also not working, and that concerns me. But, whatever. No, okay, but Moths went off twice. And I didn't send it. So something is working. That was automatic. Interesting. Here's the They of Green. Will you help me fucking conjure it or something? Sending shiny luck for green apple. Full odds hunting for Cyclizar and Violet. Let's go. Yeah, Charlie's worked twice. I see that now. Okay, let me see why it would go twice. Because here's what I did. During the starting soon, which is why it took a few seconds longer, I went into my commands and I rebuilt those entrance commands so that if your username is SkyMoth, you get a shout out. And then it says the thing. And then if your username is Tori, you also get a shout out. And I have that set up. So those things are set up. So that would make it happen once. Then under the events tab, I have chat user entrance command. Which has it set to run that command when stream is live. Which shouldn't make it happen twice, it should only make it happen once. I think. But now I don't know. Very unclear. We'll have to see what happens next stream. Nobody quote what I said. Munches on a green apple? Evie, no. It's only fair you guys are engaged. Well, technically your shout out happened twice. The first time it just shouted me out in the middle of shouting you out. So you both got it twice. Your first one was just fucked up. But that's neither here nor there. You guys know the drill to follow Charlie and Tori. If you're not following Charlie and Tori, I don't know what you're doing. They're both going to be streaming this week from my house. So, well, it's me and Moth's house, but It's not Tori's house, but she'll be streaming from here. So follow them if you're not following them. I added little candy bracelets to my my mic. So now I have a self-titled one on my mic that I used to wear on my wrist every day. And then I also have a Skymoth one on here. So, yippee. I like green apples too. Those are like my favorite apples. But yeah. Anyway, today we're doing Ting-Lu raids. Ty's gonna chain me down and tape my eyelids open and force the information of OBS into my brain to make my streams better. I mean, listen, you can always go back to Streamlabs if you want, but OBS is so much fucking better. We're gonna be doing some Ting-Lu raids, and then we're gonna be doing Articuno resets and Mareep random encounters, as per usual. So, I put some raid builds into the chat. There was actually a lot that work well for Ting-Lu. I am actually bringing in a shiny superior. So I think as long as you have a strong grass type, that seemed like the vibe. It was recommending like Appleton, Flapple. It even recommended Venusaur, the grass Ogerpon, and then like superior. I said Eevee like a fool. I'm a strong grass type. That's true. I have... when we were in New York, we went to this, like, Pokemon store, and Tori got me a grass pin. So, this me. And I also got this Poliwag. So. Yeah. What else is there to say? I've just been cleaning the last few days, getting ready for Tori to be here. My voice is semi-back from the MCR concert, but not all the way. I walked a dog today. It was kind of rainy, so that was annoying. And... yeah, that's pretty much it. Tori's coming over tomorrow, which is really weird. Because we don't really have people come over to our house all that often. Much less stay here for an extended period of time. You can tell them all of our grand plans. Yeah. So, our first grand plan is to go to the grocery store. Because we meant to go today, but it was not in the cards based on everything else that we had going on. So we'll go to the grocery store tomorrow so that Tori has food to eat. And then... Thursday, we're going to go to Charlie's physical therapy appointment. And speaking of Ty Sky, if we were Pokemon, what typing or typings would you be? Same for everyone else. I would either be poison or grass poison or grass dark. I lean toward grass dark because of the whole green and black aesthetic, but obviously I really like purple too, so... And, like, dark Pokemon are typically, like, kind of, like, evil and kind of scary. And then poison Pokemon are obviously poisonous, and I feel like I poison the people around me. And all my relationships. No, but yeah. So I feel like both are accurate. I would be some kind of flying type. Fun. You'd be electric and ice. Okay, I knew electric. I did not know ice, but that makes sense because you fuck with ice. Charlie would definitely be a water type. Probably water dragon, if I had to guess. For Charlie. So. Yeah. What else was I gonna say? I don't know. It's been a weird time. Leaning towards flying fire, but flying rock could work as well. Flying rock would be interesting because those two things are kind of inverse to each other. Like, how exactly would you be a flying rock? Minior, I guess, is a flying rock, right? But, like, how else to be a flying rock? Flying fire is cool, like Talonflame and things like that, though. So, yeah. No, I fuck with that. So, anyway, yeah. I'm gonna just, pop on over to the raids. Oh, what we're doing this week. That's what I was talking about before I got Very distracted. What are we doing this week? So we're going to the grocery store. I do not need this guy to be here right now. We're going to the grocery store. We're gonna go to Charlie's PT appointment on Thursday. We're gonna go to the mall that I used to work at. And the flying fossil Pokemon. This is true. Yeah. We're gonna maybe go into DC or somewhere around DC that's like safe. Where else? Might hang out with one of my friends. See, Tori introduced us to a bunch of her friends, but like we don't have friends here. That's the thing. All of our friends live elsewhere. So we would have to take her somewhere to introduce her to our friends. What else? We have some other stuff planned. We're gonna watch movies. If I don't see B, I will scream. I see, that's the thing, is she lives like 2 hours away. So we'd have to make that, like, we'd have to plan that somehow. Because she is not easy to get to from here. I'll drive your car. Yeah, I mean, it's less about the driving and more just about the logistics of it. But we can see if she's down. Yeah, I don't know. Those are the plans so far. I feel like we had a more concrete plan when we were at Tori's place, but with her coming down here, we're like, kind of just like, fuck it, we ball. My ad manager is broken. It's making me angry. It's not telling me when my next ad is. And it wasn't telling me when my first ad was. It's just saying that I have no ads, which is simply not true. I'm wondering if it'll still warn me in chat that I have an ad coming up. Or if that's broken too. I mean, I know I won't have another ad for like an hour, but it's just bothering me that it's not there. Let me try copy and pasting it again. Yeah, that did nothing. I wish I could, like, refresh it. Whatever. Maybe meet in the middle? Yeah, so I thought about that, but there is really not anything in the middle. Like, literally nothing. Without doxing us or her, we live in a city, she lives in a city, and between us is fucking mountains. And nothing else. I'm excited to give Charlie Naked Christopher. Yeah, Tori has a plushie of Naked Christopher that she's going to give to Charlie. Anyway, let me get this raid started. Challenge as a group. Invite friends with link code. Alright, your link code is 0M2X7K. So if you want Shiny Ting-Lu, hop in. Period, Tom Nook. Respect. But yeah, she got these like blind box stuffed animals. Or stuffed creatures, really. And she got 2 blind boxes and they were both Naked Christopher. So she's giving one to us. Blobs, yeah. Blob creatures. Can't join the raids because I'm about to watch an episode of a show with my mom, but if you're still doing them after, I'll hop in. Okay, yeah, no worries. We'll probably do them, I don't know, until the first ad, and then switch over to Articuno. 1 hour-ish left of data transfer. You have so much on your phone. My phone has so little on it. You've seen Mariah Elizabeth? Yeah, Tori showed her to us. Chaos/chaos. Fuck your type chart. Yeah. Guys, am I going to go into this by myself? Someone has to help. At least Charlie. Oh, wait, there is a person. Yippee! Charlie, are you helping with these raids? Pookie?
I'll be in on the next one.
Okay. Charlie will be in on the next one. Alright. Took me 5 times to connect. Great. Thanks, Nintendo. Hi, D. How are you? Alright, well, I guess this will be a good test to see if 2 of us can do it. Some of that may have been my dumb. It's okay. You got some Wi-Fi. Let's go. If we don't do it, we can always just get Charlie in here, and then there'll be 3 of us at least. I mean... No, I was going to say we don't have to win, but I think we do have to win. But we don't have to win all of them. Would I hypothetically need anything fancy to join? Yeah. Yeah, you would need, like, a strong grass type. For some reason, randos think Skelliger is amazing. No, it's a ground type raid. Are they dumb? So if you have a level 100 grass type on you, you could bring it. But if you don't... I meant like DLC to get to a certain part of the game. You have to have unlocked 5-star raids, I think. But other than that, no. Grass or water, yeah. Because Charlie has like the water ogre pawn build. It recommended the grass one, but I don't know why the water one wouldn't work. But really, again, like any strong grass or water type will do because I'm just using my superior. Because I can. Because check this out. Watch him go. As long as you have access to terror raids. Yeah, so you don't even have to have 5 stars unlocked. I think you just have to have 5 stars unlocked to find one yourself. But to join mine, I don't think you do. So, I guess the answer to your question is no, not really. It's not a DLC, though. This is in the base game. Okay, I'm supposed to do light screen first. Based on what I read. And then... Leaf Storm after that, unless I'm low on health, and then I do Giga Drain, I think, is what I... Probs don't have anything strong enough. Yeah, I mean, if you have any, like, candy, you could, like, you know, level up your Pokemon. With, like, experience candy and rare candy and stuff like that. Because you don't have to have, like, one of the builds. That's just what they recommend. But yeah, that is one of the good things about DAs is that, like, you don't have to have anything to do them. It just gives you a Pokemon for free, but you have to have the DLC. Whereas this one, it's like, you can do it in the base game, but you have to bring your own Pokemon. BYOP, if you will. This guy keeps slamming his body on me, bro. I do like the design of this guy. I'm a little bit like, why he got a bowl on his head, but also at the same time, I'm like, you know what? He should do him. If you have a Grassmon, you can send it over to me and I'll shove candies up its ass and give it some vitamins. I was gonna say, I could do the same thing if Tori, if you have a Pokemon that you want to use. I could, I have a bunch of the extra Bulbasaur left over from the Jumbo Hunt, and I know that Tori said she wanted one. If you want, I can shove a bunch of candies up your Bulbasaur's asshole and then give him back to you. Would you be able to trade it back? Yeah, yeah. That's the only way that it would work, is that, like, you would have to trade it to her. She would shove candies up his ass and then trade it back, or vice versa. But if you want one of my shiny Bulbasaurs, I can give it to you. If you want, I can shove some candies up your Bulbasaur's asshole. Yeah, I showed you how to add that to the quote book. I've given you full reign over the quote book. I might be using my Azumarill for the Ting-Lu raids once I train it up a bit, but also theoretically wouldn't the Gift Wo-Chen that's out right now work? It would be funny to bring the shiny Wo-Chen to the Ting-Lu raids. Can you text it to me? I sent them to you on Discord, but I can text it to you, but I thought you couldn't use your phone. But I can text it to you. Ting-Lu has lower special defense. Send the quote itself. Oh. Ugh, hold on, I gotta fight. Okay. We're doing decent considering there's only 2 of us. Your milkshake was good? Well. Whoa, 100% froggy for Astral. That's pretty froggy, my guy. What are you gonna do with all that froggy? It was cotton candy. So I heard. Yeah, so I heard. With pink whipped cream. Nummy. Yay, we got his ass. Phone has 2 minutes left. Let's go. Alright, no herba, but, you know, whatever. Not a cotton candy fan? Really? I fucking love cotton candy. I'm awake now. Yeah, 4% EP. You're just like wide awake. Alright, yippee. Okay. Your trim scampy today, but it also upset my stomach. Oh. EP% always at 0 for me. Yeah, you never even have to check. It always... I forgot they have the Paldean Wooper outbreaks right now. Should I do one of those too? I want a shiny Woopa. As long as I don't go online again, they'll still be there even if like the thing runs out, right? Because I love Woopa. Shiny Woopa. But we have 2 weeks before it switches? Oh, great. Great. So we can do that another day. Okay. Cool. Because I definitely... Maybe when... Okay. Maybe when Tori is here... We can... do the Woopa raids. Pasta went drinking tonight. What did you drink? I thought you had a milkshake. Okay, Tori, did you want to join the raids, or was that just, like, hypothetically? Whee! Because I know you got stuff to do. That's not fucking... Hello? That's not the right one. Hypothetical because Switch is dead? Okay, got it. Well, with me and, like, Moth and D, we should be, like, chilling. Oh, it's down here. Okay. I thought I was, like, losing my mind. Okay, there we go. Challenge as a group. Link code for you guys. Hi, Nando. How are you? How's your Tuesday? It's Ting-Lu Tuesday. Does that work? Ting-Lu's Day. All right. Link code is 4FG7FB. FB. Are you just going to tell everybody who comes into chat that you're packing to come here? Kirby Air Riders comes out November 20th during the direct day. Wasn't it like a 45-minute long direct? Oh, we got matching superiors. Cute. What did they talk about for 45 minutes? I didn't watch it because I didn't play the original Kirby Air Ride. But, like, huh? All right, let me see if Charlie is joining this one. Charlie, are you joining this one? Pookie? Charlie? This guy. Hold on. What? Huh? I'm not playing. You're not playing? Okay, Charlie's not joining. Never mind. It might just be us two again. Let me see. Hold on. Please hold. I'll join if I get the apple. Okay. That's fair. All right. Charlie will probably, maybe, possibly join the next one. They're having technical difficulties. Ugh. Okay. Let me hit the buttons. Okay. I have nothing else to tell people. Okay. Tell me about your mom. I don't know. What's she been doing today? She worked and now she's having coffee with a friend. But I'm excited to go see them. I'm also hella nervous. I keep biting an insane amount of my fingernails. Please don't bite your fingernails. I understand being nervous because we were nervous to go up to your place, but it's going to be okay. We're just going to have a fun time. Oh, but yours is not shiny. It's okay. All right, but I feel like what we did last time like worked pretty decently, so I was lazy. No, that's fair. It's a random surprise trade, Snake, I'm sure. Yeah. At least you guys could be nervous together. I'm alone. But, like, you keep saying that, and I know what you mean. That, like, you're at our place, so therefore, like, you're the only one in a new place. But, like, we're still here for you, so you're not really, like, alone. You know? Have you showed her a pic of my baby cat, Tori's mom? But yeah, no, I know. That's kind of been the, like... the through line of this whole thing is that, like, you know, Charlie and I went to the wedding together, and then, like, Tori was there, and then Charlie and I went up to New York together, and Tori was there, instead of, like, it being, you know, like all three of us doing something. But maybe eventually it will be. Nervous goes down to the wire, not hoping things go okay. I mean, I'm not going to be one of those people that's like, what could go wrong? Because, like, a million things could go wrong, and I'm not going to talk about all of them right now. But, like, I think the biggest hurdle is just getting here, and then everything after that is going to be, like, fine, you know? Like, with Charlie and I, the biggest thing was just driving up to New York and dealing with Leo. And then Leo continued to be a problem through the rest of the week. But, if not for that, it would have been relatively smooth sailing. And then I feel like with you, it's like the biggest thing is just like, you know, make sure you have everything, but also if you don't have something, we can just get it for you. And then just get on the plane. That's the biggest thing. Just get on the fucking plane. And then, you know, don't crash the plane, but you're not the pilot, so it's not your problem. But once you're here, it's like, we don't have to do anything, you know? It's like, we don't have to go anywhere. We could literally, well, the one place we have to go is Charlie's doctor's appointment, but, like, we could pretty much otherwise not leave the house. Should I drink peach alcohol or watermelon alcohol? Well, you should drink peach alcohol because it's, like, peachy. The phone lied about 2 minutes. It sounds like it, yeah. Oh, my health. Excuse me. Give that back. Bitch, I was using that. This guy sucks. Exactly. Peach for peachy. Tori also doesn't like watermelon, so there's that as well. Which is definitely, like, a stance, for sure. Get wrecked. Watermelon's my favorite fruit. Yeah, it is. Oh, we got sour herba! Yay! Only one herba, but one is better than none herba, I guess. Yippee! It'll help to have herba for those Woopa raids. Woopa. Who am I bringing in? You forgot Ting-Lu is out? Yeah. Ting-Lu is here. Single and ready to mingle. You can bring in your Ogre Pawn if you want, or do you have any strong grass builds? Either one would do. If you have a strong grass build or your water type. Oh, are you gonna tell Ty what you tell everybody? Pasta's got no plans tomorrow? Yeah, I definitely have no plans tomorrow whatsoever. Definitely don't have to go anywhere or do anything. Yeah, Tori's flying in tomorrow. OLED is totally broken. I'm still on the loading screen once you exit the raid. Yeah, see, we went up to New York to see her, and then she was like, well, I want to come down to the very boring state of Virginia to see you guys. What do you mean nothing tomorrow? Like I said, I have nowhere to go, no one to see. Visiting the less famous London this week. Is there a fucking London in Canada or some shit? Hate it when they do that. Paris, Texas. London, Ontario. Yeah, why the fuck would they do that? I know it's like colonization and shit, and literally everything is named after fucking the kings and queens and shit, but what's popping, guys? There's a Paris, Ontario too? Yeah, that doesn't even fucking surprise me. Alright. Raid. Your code is Gistil. DSYSTL. Apple tree placing Kitakami since I can't pull off the tag tree glitch. You gotta not let me buy anything off Mercari. How am I meant to stop you? What's your build? I'm bringing in a Superior, but in my Discord, I put a couple of builds in there for like an Ogre Pawn, for like an Appleton, Flapple, whatever the apple guy is. There's even a Beebus build that you could do. Superior with Contrary, yeah. He didn't have Contrary, and then like 5 minutes before stream, I gave him an ability patch. So now he has Contrary. So before he had like Overgrow or Grassy something or another. But now he has Contrary. What does Gistel stand for? It stands for... I don't know. I was gonna come up with something and I can't even come. Contrary with Leaf Storm goes hard. That's what I've observed. What does Distil stand for? No. I don't know. I'm trying so hard to think of something funny and I literally can't. Do something yourself. So, Ting-Lu. Thanks for reminding me I gotta make my Superior build. Yeah, it works pretty good. Don't sing your songs till later. What do you mean? What songs? I didn't know I was singing any songs. Oh, don't sing your songs till later. That's pretty good. I wanted to make the TL into Ting-Lu, but I couldn't find a good way. Don't suck. I don't know. Anyway, we have enough people, so I'm just gonna start the battle so I don't have to think about that anymore. Okay. Brain is too mush to do anything right now? Yeah. My brain was too mush to come up with an acronym, so we're in it together. I've been doing so much the past few days to try to make the house, like, reasonably livable for Tori, so... Still waiting to come across one called Lizard. There's always, like, a number in it, though, so it would have to be, like... Well, I guess there wasn't one in that, so maybe not. I just feel like more often than not, there's a fucking number in it somewhere. But maybe like it'd be like Lizard with a 1 for the eye or something. He weakened my special attack. You bitch. Why would you do such a thing? We'll see how Charlie's Ogre Pawn does, because technically it recommended the grass version of the Ogre Pawn build, but like ground is weak to water, so like how bad can it be? I think there's a 1 instead of an eye. Yeah, I think it is too. So like Lizard, but with a 1 instead of an eye. Grass resists ground? Ew. It do, I guess. Yeah. Which one of you is Disco with a Q? Because Mink is doe and Moth is moth. Is Disco... Which one of you is Disco? Yeah, because I feel like the Ivy Cudgel could do, like, pretty decent. Does Superior yearn sweet Ting-Lu? That's pretty good. You got Superior and Ting-Lu in there. I feel like the Y is hard, you know what I mean? It's hard to come up with words that start with Y. Superior. Yoink. Superior. Yeah, I don't know. I just like that I had a TL in it for Ting-Lu. Never found a shiny Snivy. I found my shiny Snivy totally randomly. I was in the, what fucking biome? The Savannah biome. I don't remember if I was shiny hunting for something else or if I was just hanging out. But either way, if I was shiny hunting for something else, I didn't have a grass sandwich on. Like, it wasn't anything that made sense. And I was just like, that Snivy is, like, slightly the wrong shade of green. I was like, what the hell? And it turned out he had, like, decent stats, and, now he's my fucking raid guy. Of course, he had the wrong nature and the wrong, ability, but, you know, those things can be fixed in modern games, so... Wasn't even a problem. Oh, this guy dead. Yeah, we fuck him up. And I think Charlie's Ogre Pond did fine, right? You lived. Get wrecked, Ting-Lu. Yippee. And Sour again. Okay. Again, not really the herba that I need, but... Apple bitch, not green. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're apple, not green. I hope that you have green apples someday. Yippee. All right. Let's reset the raids. Whoopa. Alright, where is Ting-Lu today? It's not that one. Where is it hiding? Oh, there it is. What's the closest? This one? Alright. So this is the third one, right? Because we did Wo Chen already, and then Chen Pao. When does the Chen Pao get released as a mystery gift? Is it already out, or when is it supposed to come out? And then after this is just the fish. Thursday? Okay. Hi, Alex. Thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 1,600 bells on your loan. Okay, so Thursday we get Chen Pao. And then we have the Ting-Lu raids now. And then we'll do the Chi-Yu raids. Which is one that I'm very excited about. I was most excited about Snail. And then I think second most excited about Fish. Alright, now you got 2 Mbuff Pin. What do we think Mbuff Pin stands for, and why is there a 2? 2 Mighty Bulls. Because Ting-Lu is kind of like a bull. This guy's your favorite. 2 Mighty Bulls. Fight... Pokemon now. There you go. Alright, D is in, Moth is in. I am in. Disco is in. All right. Beautiful. 2 muffins better fill pasta's nuts is crazy. I like that you went with muffins because you definitely like could have gone elsewhere with that, but you were just like muffins. Are we going to do this every time? Because I think that we should. Bull. Oh, shiny Rillaboom. Very cool. I agree, we need this every time. Okay. What else could I have said? I don't know. Just not muffins. I feel like there's many other M words. I just like that muffins is the direction that you went. Could have been MILFs. Because pasta's into that kind of thing. Could have been motherfuckers. Could have been anything. 2 moobs, yes. 2 moobs. 2 MILFs. MILFs, I'm an idiot. See, I'm just saying there's other words. It could have been anything. But MILF is already an acronym. This is true. You could have just gone with moms or like mommies. Fun fact, I gave myself the nickname Muffin Boob in high school. Is there a reason for that? Milkers? Yeah, milkers a solid option too. 2 milkers to fill pasta's nuts. Two moms better flick pasta's nuts. Whoa. That's definitely a phrase. So, okay, it's your mom and then who else's mom? Who else's mom does pasta want? These got out of hand quickly. I don't know. I'm trying to think of who else has, like... I was gonna say who else has a hot mom, but maybe I shouldn't say that. Anybody in chat have a hot mom for pasta? Just a mom in general. Who else has a mom? Anybody in chat have a mom? You have a mom? You definitely do have a mother. That is factual. Nobody give pasta our mothers. Yeah, seriously. Charlie's mom is like... She's like cool. She's got like tattoos and like a vibe. I don't know if it's pasta's vibe, but she definitely has a vibe. My mom was hot when she was in like her 20s. Like not to make any statements about my mom's current attractiveness, but like people like universally look at pictures of my mom in her 20s and they're like, whoa, your mom was hot. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Because she has this like picture, this portrait of her from, I don't know if it's like a senior portrait or, you know, what it is from her like late teens, early 20s. But every time people came into my house and they would see it, they'd be like, that's your mom? Because I look fucking almost nothing like her. Oh, we got salty herba. Like, I look like her, like I have her features, but I'm definitely not... Like, can I see a picture of your mom in her 20s? I can ask my mom if she can send me a picture of the, like, portrait hanging in our house. But But my mom was just like sort of conventionally attractive. She had long, like wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, like her body was tea. Like my mom was definitely like attractive in her 20s. Like I'm not going to say she wasn't, you know? My mom was emo before that was really a thing. Yeah. My dad was like definitely alternative. I look more like my mom than my dad. I look like a pretty even split. Like when people see me and then one of my parents, they're like, oh yeah, like I guess I kind of see it. But if you put me next to both of my parents, it's like I have like both of their features like split down the middle. I look more like my dad, yeah. I've been told I'm the spitting image of my mom, but you have your dad's eyes. I think being trans probably like contributed to it because I bet like if I had stayed my gender assigned at birth, I would look more like my mom. But I have my dad's color because my mom was blonde and my dad had brown hair and I have brown hair. I look more like Gigi than anyone else. Do you? Brother's a pretty good mix. Sister looks like... Yeah, your sister looks a lot like your mom. All right. We got TRL1SW. What do we have for that? SW just makes me think of Southwest, which is the plane Tori's going to be on. Tori... Something something Southwest. Tori. Tree. Tori really likes one Southwest airplane. Tori really likes Southwest. I don't know. Depends on if we want the one to be a 1 or an I. Because it could be like Tori really likes... into Southwest. No, I don't know. Tori really loves one Southern woman. Untrue. I mean... Trying to figure out how to spin that because I'm from the South, but I'm not a woman. One non-binary. Gigi is a Southern woman. We do love Gigi. She is a Southern woman. Maybe you'll really, really love Charlie's grandma when you meet her. I mean, to be honest, you probably will. Because she's great. But... I don't know. Huh? What are you saying right now? Owie! That hurted me! That hurted me, sir. Sir, that hurted me. I did not like that. Ow! Sir. You tried to make the acronym about me liking you or whatever? Yeah, I was trying to say that you loved me. I get it if you don't. Damn. God. Tori really loves one streamer. W. Weirdo. Streamer weirdo. Tori really loves one streamer weirdo, and it's me. I'm the streamer weirdo. But Tori does love 2 streamer weirdos, I think. So it doesn't work. But, you know. There was an attempt. Ting-Lu avoided my attack, you bitch. Well, because Charlie's also a streamer weirdo. You love more than 2? Okay, well the other ones aren't important. You love me and Charlie. If you love anybody else, I don't want to hear about it. If you're cheating on the 4th-upple, tell me now. Because Paz doesn't stream, so who do you love outside the 4-upple? Huh? No, I know it's munching brotato. That's not the point. Oh my god. Charlie's trying to mansplain munching brotato to me right now. Am I being punked? Charlie from the other room was like, she's talking about munching brotato. Like, no shit. I was trying to make a point. I was trying to make a point, dog. I was trying to say that she loves us more than munching brotato. I'm trying to be the favorite Thai in her life, and I can't accept that I'm not, okay? She shouldn't love munching brotato more than me. Was I supposed to know? No, you do this all the time where I'll be doing a bit, but Charlie takes me seriously, and then they'll like explain to me the situation. It happened the other night when we were talking about something. I was doing a bit and I was like pretending I didn't know that Tori was talking something that Tori was talking about. And then Charlie was like, no, she's talking about like this thing. And I was like, no, Charlie, I know that. I can't tell. You gotta go with me if I'm doing a bit. You gotta run with the bit. I can't tell I'm neurodivergent. I'm sorry. You just gotta run with the bit. I don't know when you're doing a bit. You gotta know when I'm doing a bit. Sandwich number 3. That apple better shine for you, Doug. No, it's okay. The fact that you can't tell means the bit is going well, because I want other people to think I'm not doing a bit. Like the other day when I was like, you know, oh no, I don't have anything, I don't have anything going on this week. And Winnie was like, huh? What do they mean? Because like Winnie didn't know I was doing a bit. Whenever Titus a bit, it's a form of enrichment for my brain because I will spend hours upon hours trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And apparently that's healthy for the brain. Whoa, we got 3. We got bitter, sour, and sweet. I'm just constantly making chat solve puzzles. Sometimes I can tell when people are being serious or doing a bit. Yeah. Can Charlie join you in the room? I think they have a headache right now. Repeat that? Am I tripping balls or did I hear you call me Doug? I said dog. Definitely not Doug. It's like that fucking audio from The Wicked Witch of the East, bro. Grow up. Grow up, Doug. And people were arguing about whether he was saying Doug or dog. I'm not leaving bed right now. Yeah, no, you probably shouldn't because you have a headache. Someone redeem that? Yeah. I fucking love that audio. Cause she was she was a witch, and no, she was a princess, and what was her sister? The Wicked Witch of the East, bro. That's it's funny because it's like that's basically him explaining like the plot of Wicked, and like Wicked is obviously like coming out now. Unfortunately, he is wrong. Like she's not a princess. But I wish that I could defend him. Like, I wish that he was right and that I could defend him. Wouldn't be the first time I've called Doug. It would be the second. Who called you Doug? What even was their discussion? Okay, so their discussion was... They were playing headbands, or like some, version of headbands, right? And the guy had like... I want to say he had Glinda as his word in headbands. And... oh god, can I get out of here? Ugh. And he described her as a princess, because you can't say the word, right? Like, you can't say the word in the in your description. And so I think he called her a princess, and then the other guy at the end was like, she's not a princess. And then so they were fighting about it afterwards, and he was like, she wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, Doug. Being like, she is a princess, but she's not. Also, they're not sisters. The Wicked Witch of the West and the Wicked Witch of the East are sisters. But Glinda and Elphaba are not sisters. In fact, they're worse. Lovers. But yeah, that's what they were talking about. Teacher asked me if I go by Douglas or Doug. My name isn't even close to either of those. That's so funny. Oh no, we have a Q in this one. QJ6 RC4. They are sisters, whatever that means. Well, I'm pretty sure that, like, Gelfie artist on Twitter has definitely drawn them doing that, so... okay, quick! Jump 6 reindeer. Christmas. No. Quick. Jump 6 reindeer. I don't know, it's hard with the 4. Quickly journey 6 quiet. I don't know. Anybody got anything for this? Quirky, jolly 6 reindeer. I don't fucking know. I don't know why the R can only be reindeer in my head. Quail. I'm just thinking of all the Q words I know. Quilt. I don't fucking know. But yeah, unfortunately, Glinda is not a princess, but she is, like, from a wealthy family and wears a crown. So, like, close enough. Isn't being royal just being rich and wearing a crown anyway? A shiny Whimsicott? Nice. Quick, just 6 rare candy for me. Yeah, that way you can level up your Pokemon for the raids. Moth, no. It's a good thing I swapped out my grassy terrain, because I had that as a move, and then I swapped it out for a different one. And then we're getting grassy terrain anyway, so... It's already 9 p.m. This is true. Yeah. My ad manager is still broken, which is concerning me. But I have, like, 10 minutes before the next ad? I don't know why it's fucking broken. By this time we will be home. Maybe, probably. Depends on the traffic. Because... okay, so we have to leave at 5:30, roughly, to pick you up. But it will probably take longer than that to get home because of the rush hour traffic. So depending on the, like, the traffic, we could be home by 9. I would hope that we are. But, like, Maryland has the worst... Can I please terrace slide? Thank you. Maryland has, like, the worst fucking traffic, though. Early? Yeah, pretty early. Yes, I did get your text. Is it from your new phone now? Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow morning. Yeah. We have to pick her up at, like, 5:30 in the morning tomorrow. So, that's exciting. And then hopefully tomorrow night she'll be on somebody's stream. Not mine, but hopefully somebody's. Okay. Terra Blast. And then she'll be here for like a little over a week, so you guys will get lots of Tori content. I've got Tori Cam set up and ready to go. The only problem is that we still have not managed to clean the beanbag, so we'll see what happens. We see village visits. Up to Tori, I guess. She's got the, like, AJR thing going. Do we get him? Yippee! Got him. And we got Sour. We got Herba, like, almost every time. Let's go. There was, like, one where we didn't get it. Okay. How am I on time? I have 7 minutes. Okay. I don't know if that's enough time to do another raid or not. I have some packs to open, so maybe we open the packs in the meantime. And then we'll switch over to Articuno after the ad break. If it will let me open my packs, that is. Which hopefully it will. We'll see. But thank you guys for doing the raids with me. Okay, yeah, it's letting me. Yippee! Oh! Disco, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thanks for helping with the raids. Okay. Let's open some packs. GG's. Alright. I'm still opening these fuck-ass Ho-Oh and Lugia ones. Whee! There's a backwards one in here. Ooh! There were some sparkles. Shut the fuck up! 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 Shut up! Shut up! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Ducklet. Gligar. Houndoom. Pineco. I don't have any gold cards. I don't have any gold cards. That's my first gold card. Hello? What the fuck? Okay, well, Yay! Ho-Oh EX? Gold card? The fuck? Gonna take a shower, be back in like 10-20 minutes. Okay, cool. The conditions you got the shiny Articuno make that card better. I don't know. This one's a gold card, but you're right. The conditions in which I pulled the shiny Articuno are pretty good. But that's literally my first gold card. I can't believe I opened it on stream. I almost didn't open packs tonight. Or like opened that pack earlier today. So like, thank fuck. Holy shit. Okay. Well, I feel like opening another pack after that feels kind of like, what's the fucking point? But we may as well. Still no god pack, but I'll take a gold card. Oh, the little crochet polywag. Okay, there's a silver border in here. Pineco, Oddish, Gyarados. Okay, literally nothing new. That's fine. I literally don't care because I got a golden fucking Ho-Oh just now. So, what the fuck, chat? That was crazy. I was literally complaining earlier about how I've never gotten a gold card. And now I have one, I guess. Is there anything we can wonder pick? Does anybody have any good wonder picks? Kelly. Anybody? This one has like 3 cards I don't have. I have a pretty good chance of pulling the Munna, the Buffalin, or the Weevil. I just don't want the like Remoraid or whatever the hell the other one was. And I pulled the Apom I already have. Cool. Only have 2 gold cards. First one's Solgaleo and Lunala. That's cool. I can't believe I pulled a card I already had out of that. That was ridiculous. I had such good odds of not doing that. I'll send a thanks to Sydney, but I'm not thankful, actually, for the Apom that I already have. Can I have something that I don't already have? Okay, we have a second chance of the Buffalin, and then Elekid and Cherim. You have 2 packs for me if you want. I mean, are you able to bring your phone into the room, or no? I got the Elekid at least. Okay. I'll take it. FaceTime? Okay. I have literally 2 minutes before the ad break, though, so... Send a thanks to 5 BCB F1B 68 B7. Thank you so much. Oh, now we have the fucking watermark. Alright, well, call me Charlie, because I don't want to go out of the app to call you. Hello. I forgot that it would just say your full legal name on the screen. You guys don't look at that. Don't look at that. Alright, share your screen, Pookie. Just under the chin angle is really... Okay. Alright, let's open Charlie's packs. Alright. Yippee. I pull a gold Ho-Oh in yours, too. You got the same Gligar, but literally nothing else. Okay, Spinarak, Absol, Fearow, Hiker. Alright, Hiker was new. Yippee. I don't know. Alright, I got 40 seconds to open the other one before this ad plays. I'm going as fast as I can. Maybe you'll get the gold Lugia to make up for it. Okay. See, Charlie just got a god pack, so... Alright, I got 20 seconds. You guys, during the ad, get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom. Why is it not? Do your checks, pay your loans. I don't want the backwards back. Okay. Do whatever you gotta do, and I'll see you on the other side in like 3 minutes. We gotta blow through this pack. Okay, Murkrow, Cyndaquil, Rescue Scarf, Pinsir, and then the pretty Xatu card. Yay! All right, ad's gonna play like right now. So, say goodbye. See you guys in 3 minutes. All right, gamers, we are back, and we've got Articuno. Oh my god, Articuno and how do I? What do I do? Wait, I want Articuno and Heart Gold now. Let me check on everybody's checks and see how they went. Okay. Might be heading home from the library. Cool. Moth with 96% gay, 97% EP, 63% cute, 90% smelly, 67% chaotic, and 95% froggy. Pretty good checks all around. Pretty smelly, but you do need to take a shower, so that's accurate. Doe with the 69% gay. Only 69. 69 is very gay. That's very gay. All right. Let's make sure our counters are working. This should be number 251 for the Articunos. Great.
69 cents.
You know what that means?
I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets.
All right, that is not a shiny Articuno. And then let's make sure our heart gold counter is working as well. We should be at 5701. Beautiful. All right. Tori with the 93% gay, 27% chaotic, 43% cute. Not cute enough. Tori is much cuter than that. Much cuter. We're gonna be like creeping up on odds soon on this heart gold. Did my hello? What the fuck? Whoa! Hello? Did I freak out for you guys, or was that just for me? I missed the acronyms. I'm sorry. Just you. Okay, so on my end, chat disconnected and then reconnected. And my ad manager started working again, which was weird. But I was worried that I had gone offline, but I think my browser sources just like refreshed themselves and now they're working again. 50 stream streak, though. Whoa, that's so many. That's crazy. It's really insane to like think about how many streams that I like do in, you know, like a month, right? Like if I stream like 3 times a week for 4 weeks, like what is that? Like 12 streams a month at least. And then usually it's like an extra couple because it's technically like 4.5 weeks in a month usually. So like maybe I do like roughly like 13 streams a month or so. You know? It's I can't do the math that I've done hundreds and hundreds of streams. You know what I mean? Like over 4 years of streaming, I have streamed hundreds of times. 2 away from the next goal of 110. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, you've literally been at like every stream for like 3.5 years, so. I don't even think it was counting all of them. Because we're easily going to hit 6,000 today over here, so we're going to be very close to odds soon. And I really don't want to go over odds on this Mareep, considering I don't really care about it. It reset once or twice for no clear reason, because I never missed any. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I just do that. I don't know what it considers, like, you being in a stream. But either way. All right. Whew. I probably shouldn't be streaming tonight because I have so much stuff I need to do before Tori gets here, but I was like, fuck it, I'll stream. Like, I feel like before we left for the trip, I had stuff I needed to do, but since I'm not the one leaving, I was like, maybe I should take my shower or bath, might help your head. Yeah, probably. I mean, if you're not going to be able to do anything, like, otherwise productive, you may as well take your bath or your shower now, because A, you can stay and stream, And B, that means you'll have more time to be productive after if your head is feeling better versus laying in bed now because your head hurts, not taking your shower, not being able to clean now or later, and then taking your shower later. Because part of me, like, doesn't want to stay up super late tonight and, like, wants to go to bed early so that I have enough energy to drive to Baltimore tomorrow. But the other part of me is like, fuck it, just stay up and then rest when we get back. But I know that Tori's not going to want to, like, get home from there and then just, like, lay down. Bath or shower? Well, okay, so as far as bath goes, I think a bath would be better for your head, maybe. Although you wouldn't get the warm water on your head. But, like, if you have to shave, it might be easier to take a shower. Would it be encouraging to shower at the same time? Yeah, both of you get in the shower. Shower for both of you so that we're all clean when we meet each other. I don't want to be stinky when I meet you guys. I could be coaxed to lay down. Yeah, I mean, I know that you probably could. I just, like, I don't know if, like, the first thing you want to do when we get home is just lay down. But that's probably going to be the first thing I want to do when I get home after driving, like, 5 hours to the airport and back. But, you know, I can bathe and then shave in the shower. I mean, yeah. Whatever you want to do. Like, don't ask me. You're the one who knows what your body would prefer. Should I shower my hair too or just your body? I double pooed personally. So my hair is extra soft and fluffy and pretty. Personally. My hair is fresh dyed. Yeah, but I still showered after my hair was fresh dyed. Just do cold water and then it won't bleed as bad. If I shower my hair, it'll be wet. In the morning? I mean, I'd rather you shower at your house and get your things purple than my things purple. It stays wet for like 2 days. Why does your hair stay wet? I know you have a lot of hair, but like, you said you wouldn't care. I don't care. But we rent our house, so my landlord cares a little bit. I mean, I guess if you don't want your hair to be wet when we meet, then don't shower your hair. I don't know, guys. Don't ask me. I'm not the like authority on showering. I just showered and the bot had the audacity to say 80% smelly, bitch. Yeah. It's thick. My hair was also really thick and long when I was younger, so I get it. But, yeah, I don't know. Or, like, get a blow dryer. You don't have a blow dryer? I have a blow dryer. So I don't have that problem. I would just blow dry my hair. Because I can't, like, rest with my hair wet, you know? Gonna lurk and try to be productive? Okay. Do it. Yeah, we still have some laundry we need to get done. I should have done that during the BRB. I should have switched what was in the dryer. I'll do it next one. Thank you for the lurk. Do you have a blow dryer right after showering? I never have a spoon. Yeah, but you could do it if it stays wet for 2 days. You could do it when you had spoons later. I usually like lay down for a while, and I mean now my hair just air dries because it's short. But when my hair was longer, I would just like lay down until I had enough spoons to blow dry it. Alright, that guy is not shiny. I'm wondering if the gold card is like an indication of shiny luck, or like that's all my luck for the night and then I'm not gonna see anything shiny. I think it's fossil week next week too. Shiny luck. Thank you for the shiny luck. I'm gonna have to figure some shit out. I'm gonna have to figure out my life. When will I do that? Who's to say? Oh, I had my interview yesterday for my, like, sort of new position. I don't know if it's like, it's not really a promotion as much as it's just like a new position, but I had my interview for that yesterday. And I'm very anxious waiting to hear how it went, because everyone's asking, oh, like, how did it go? The fuck do I know how it went? Like, I don't know. I was so anxious. I was trying so hard to, like, look like a normal person. She asked me, like, very, like, intuitive and, like, thought-provoking questions, which is not good for me, because I don't really super interview well. And, like, if the questions were about, like, me and my experience and stuff, I'd be able to answer them, but she was asking me more about, like, you know, the future. And I was like, girl, I don't know. Like, don't ask me that. She was like, how do you think that we could, like, improve, you know, our video in the future? And I was like, I don't know. Which I should know, right? Because I'm the editor, but I don't know. I panic when I get questions like that. I feel like there is a right answer and I have to say it. So I was just like, oh, you know, make the videos more engaging, which is literally my job. You guys, I mean, you can roll with advantage if you want. Like, normally I let people roll with advantage if it's, like, Pride Month and you're gay, or if it's Disability Pride Month and you're disabled. But if you roll and you don't like what you rolled and you kick Tom Nook and roll again, like, I don't really care. You can do what you want. There's not, like, actually a cap on checks, so you could pretty much do them as much as you wanted. I mean, don't spam them, but, like, if you want to do a check every BRB, you can. Like, I don't care. Or if it's me, yeah, well, Charlie rolls with advantage. I always roll with advantage because I'm the streamer and streamer rolls with advantage. But, you know. I should roll actual dice, because I could roll one of the percentage die and then like a D10 and then like get my check that way. I'll test if Doe's attack worked. There you go, down to 38. Better than it was. Sometimes you just gotta fart those out, you know? If you're still smelly, you just gotta fart them out. So, maybe you just have a stinky fart deep inside. Why is a fart not... Oh, did I not refresh my thing? Hold on, wait. Nobody fart yet. Nobody fart. Nobody fart. Nobody fart. Nobody fart. Hold on. Nobody fart. Okay, now you can fart. There you go. I always forget to, like, make the farts work. I really need to go in and clean up my commands and mix it up, but I just, like, have not done that. My farts work? Yeah. Charlie has a really solid farts. Can confirm. All right. My brain is, like, all over the place today, so I apologize if I'm like lower energy than usual. I just am like thinking about everything that I have to do tomorrow and the rest of the week. And I'm like, ugh. I was really close to not streaming, and then I was like, no, streaming is also just like one of the things I have to do. But it's something I like to do, but it is like one of the things I have to do. And it's like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably just be vacuuming, and like, I can vacuum later. And if the floor isn't vacuumed by the time that Tori gets here, so be it, you know? Oh, I've been peekabooed. Like, obviously it would be ideal if it were, but, like, she'll live, you know? And then we have all this fucking laundry to do. Almost, to 100 at research rank 10. Let's go. Because right now, I think there's, like, a blanket in the dryer that kind of just refuses to dry. And then I also have a pillow that needs to go in the dryer. Which is definitely not going to finish drying by the time Tori gets here, but we can at least try. It's okay. There's enough pillows on the fold-out couch that she's going to be staying on. So I don't think that she'll be, like, short on pillows. Unfortunately, our last couch just ruined a lot of our pillows and plushies. So we're trying to salvage them best we can. It's kind of working, but it's been a process. For sure. And, like, to be fair, it's not the couch's fault. Necessarily. But it is what it is. I like our new couch better, though. I think it is sturdier than the previous one. I think the last couch, like, it was kind of hard to sit on. Because it was so small. It did this last time. Why do the resets in BDSP sometimes just, like, not work? All right. Where are we at? We're at 5810 and then 267. All right, so we're almost at 269 on the Articuno. So we're gonna be at funny number after this one. Finally went into PLA last night. No Shalva, but I found a shiny Chatot. Nice. I don't have a shiny Chatot, but Charlie does. All right, that one. What are my odds in this? Are they just full odds on the Articunos? Am I looking at like 4096 over here? I feel like it should be better than that, but I don't know if it is. All right. You have a Shalfa Chatot? That's cool. Yeah, I definitely, like, I want to do more in PLA, but with PLZA about to come out, it's like, I have a lot going on. It's because of the bug charm. Yeah, it only works on, what, eggs? No, number 269 was not shiny. That's so sad. Because I have the shiny charm, but it doesn't fucking work on encounters, right? So I wish they would either fix the charm or just say that it doesn't work. His name is Maestro? That's cute. There are such better games to try to get Articuno in. Like, I could be doing DAs, or I could be doing, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. But I caught Articuno in Let's Go Pikachu. Fuck. Before I knew that he could be shiny. I caught all of the legendaries in Let's Go before I knew that they could be shiny, and that is a regret that I have. And then I also caught the Regis, Latios, and Latios in BDSP before I knew they could be shiny. The good news about that is I have Latios now in DAs, and we are working on Latias, but that was a bummer. The one thing about this, though, is I, like, literally can't leave. Like, I have to do this Articuno hunt until I find him, because otherwise, if I leave, I don't think I can come back. Named by a streamer. Nice. It's a good name. Solid. I like Chatot's vibe. Duck, welcome back. Hello. How was your show? Thank you for the lurk, Moth. Enjoy your shower or bath or whatever you decided to take. Everybody's showering during stream today. We're all going to be very clean and have low stinky checks by the end of the night. Because I did, like, not quite an everything shower, but close to it before stream today. So I shampooed, conditioner, face wash, body wash, I shaved, I put on lotion. Really the whole 9 yards. Still trying to get the statics to shine? Yeah. I've gotten a couple of them. I still cannot believe we got the static Shalfa Snorlax. Like, I haven't even gone back into PLA much since then to even appreciate the fact that that happened. Doing well, the main characters are going through a multi-episode fight, so we're being very patient, waiting to watch tomorrow. Yeah, Charlie and I are on Yellow Jackets now, which we've been meaning to watch forever. My friend Olivia is obsessed with it and has been telling us about it for literally like 2 years. I swear to God, she was telling me about it when we were on our way back from the Eras tour, like literally 2 years ago. So we're finally watching it because season 3 came out relatively recently. We're on season 2 right now. And that show is fucking crazy. Which, like, we knew it was gonna be, but, like, it literally makes me physically ill to watch it. I've heard that show's good. It's really good. You have to be okay with, like, really, really heavy stuff happening in it, and, like, not vor, oh my god, gore, and, well, gore, cannibalism, murder. We're watching a British show called Mount Blanc Mysteries. Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah. I love a good mystery moment, though. Gore, psychological horror. Yeah, like supernatural vibes. Definitely like some kind of like evil demon in the woods kind of deal. Good night, Astro. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time. But yeah. Because if you guys don't know the, like, gist of Yellow Jackets, I won't spoil anything, but, like, the gist of it is these high school girls, they're on a soccer team, and they are on a flight on their way to the Nationals in the 1990s, and their plane crashes in the middle of the Canadian wilderness. We exclusively watch cheesy British murder mysteries. That's really cute. Their plane crashes in the middle of the Canadian wilderness, and they are stranded out there for a really long time because nobody fucking knows where their plane is, and where they are. And so it's basically just a bunch of teenage girls and like a couple of guys, trying to survive in the woods in the Canadian winter. So they have to learn to hunt and scavenge and, you know, do all of these things, and they end up, obviously some of them die, And they maybe kind of eat each other a little bit. And that's all I'll say. But yeah, it's pretty nasty. There's a few people that die in the like original plane crash, like, you know, on impact. And so I mean, one person literally gets like impaled. Yeah, that does not sound like a good show for me. Yeah, it's a hard watch. It's really good, but it is hard to watch. Like, it's very bloody. It's very scary. You are constantly worried about the girls. But the thing is, the whole show isn't set in 1996, right? It cuts back and forth between 1996 and 2021. So we see some of the girls in their adulthood. I like horror and I'm not super bothered by gore. Yeah, I'm a little bothered, but like not really. So we know kind of a bit of the outcome before we even know the beginning. Because we see some of the girls as adults, you know, with husbands and children and things like that. So you know that some of them make it out alive. So you're more concerned for the ones that you don't see in the 2021 scenes because you can kind of figure that they didn't make it out. But it's very interesting, the parallels. You can see the way that the trauma affects each girl differently, which I think is really neat and also very accurate to what would probably happen in a situation like that. Is some of the girls are like trauma bonded, some of the girls like haven't seen each other in 20 years. You know, some of them handle it with alcohol, some of them handle it by suppressing it and not thinking about it and like trying to live a normal life. You know, some of them join cults and, you know, so they all deal with the trauma a different way. Some of them kill themselves, you know what I mean? Like, everybody deals with the trauma in a different way. And it's kind of interesting seeing it play out in the future. Like, what happens to each individual. But, yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that they do in the woods is crazy, you know? And it's a little out there as far as, like, realism goes, but, you know. Seems really fascinating. It is. It's very fascinating. Like I said, it's very psychological horror. So you kind of walk away from each episode being like, what the fuck just happened? Like, literally, what the fuck? Because also, like, one of the girls is, like, schizophrenic, but they don't know that she's schizophrenic. And she's, like, on medication for it, but, you know, their plane crashes in the middle of the woods, so she runs out of her medication eventually. So she starts just seeing shit. And then the other people don't know whether she's really seeing it or not seeing it. Like, you know, and they're convinced that there's like some kind of like demon or ghost or, you know, spirit or something in the woods. Like, they're very convinced that they're like being like followed or being haunted, and they might be. I don't know. It's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. A lot of them, you know, have dreams in the show and like nightmares, and for a good bit, you don't know if it's really happening or if it's happening in somebody's head. There's a portion of the show where one of the girls is dead and one of the other girls is still seeing her alive and like speaking with her and communicating with her. And all of the other girls like know that that girl's dead, but the one girl is just like very much in denial about it and is like talking to her corpse. So that's cool. Very cool. It's a really interesting show. It's kind of horrifying, but in a cool way. That was fucked? Yeah. The whole thing is fucked. Like I said, you walk away from every episode being like, what the actual fuck did I just watch? Because not only do they do stuff in 1996, but like even in 2021, one of the characters like goes totally off the deep end. Well, one of them, multiple of them, but one of them in particular like goes totally off the deep end in the future, and like loses her fucking mind. So yeah, it's something for sure. It's definitely a television show. I'm interested in what's gonna happen, because the idea is like the plane crash was very publicized when it happened, right? Like it, you know, in where they're from, everybody knows that they were on that plane, and everybody knows who they are, and everybody, you know, is asking them what they were doing out there and how they survived, and you know, yada yada yada. And of course, they're very traumatized from everything that they did. And obviously, like, we don't know exactly because we haven't gotten far enough in the show to know, but I can only assume that when they got out of there, they all agreed, like, what happens in Fight Club stays in Fight Club kind of thing. Like, I'm sure that they were like, what we did out there, we never speak about again, you know? Because a lot of what they did is illegal, right? Like, probably, you know? I don't know the legality of cannibalism in Canada, but it's like, you know, if your friend died, they didn't kill her, right? Like she died in another way. If your friend dies in the woods and you're starving and you've been in the wilderness for months and it's the middle of winter, are you allowed to eat your friend? You know? Like, are you allowed to eat your friend? Is that legal? I don't know. But it's definitely frowned upon regardless. So I'm sure that if the media got a hold of the fact that, you know, they did that, they would probably be in some hot water, right? So, like, I think that there is definitely either a spoken or unspoken pact amongst the girls that, like, we're going to lie about what happened and we're not going to ever tell the full truth. But one of the girls had a diary that she wrote down everything that happened in. So very worried about the diary getting into like the wrong hands. Because like, who the fuck knows? But we're only like halfway through season 2. So there's plenty of time for more shit to happen. All of them going off the deep end? Yeah. I just mean the one girl in particular that does a specific thing, and then all of the other girls have to help her. And then also the one girl who, like, tries to kill herself, but, you know. Almost for certain it's going public. Yeah, exactly. Right? Because everyone is so morbidly curious, right? And you would have to be. You know, I get it, right? Like, if I was in high school and I knew a girl who was in a plane crash and was lost in the woods for months, and then came back alive, I would, you know, there would be a part of me that would want to ask, like, what the hell did you guys do out there? How did you live? What happened? What did you see? Right? But, you know, again, deeply traumatic incidents happening. Like, these girls don't want to talk about it. You know, it's very hard to think about. Because all of their friends that didn't come back, you know, they know how they died, whether they got eaten by wolves or died in the initial crash or, you know, died of starvation or froze to death or, you know, any of the other ways that these other characters end up dying. One of the characters in the first episode gets their leg like stuck under a plane part, like either the wing or, you know, some heavy metal part of the plane. It falls on top of their leg, and literally the only way to get them out from under the plane, because the girls can't lift the wing themselves or whatever, they just cut their fucking leg off. Because they were like, we don't know what else the fuck to do. So they just cut the leg off. They literally just amputate them right then and there. It would have to be morbidly grim, 100%, yeah. So that's definitely a moment. Because it's not like they have the medical training to do that properly. One of the girls has a little bit of medical training, which helps. She knows more than the average person about, like, cauterizing a wound and, like, you know, medicinal, like, herbs and things like that. So she's, you know, relatively helpful. But that girl's also fucking psychotic, so. But it's funny because I Googled, I Googled the legal implications of some of the actions in the show, right? Like, how legal is it to eat your friend who died? And when I was Googling that, I found this Reddit thread about Yellow Jackets that was asking the same question, essentially. Like, would they be tried if the public found out what they did? Like, what would they be charged with? Is there a statute of limitations? Does it matter that they were under the age of 18 when it happened? Would they be tried as adults? Yada, yada, yada. And pretty much most of the replies on the Reddit thread were obviously like diehard Yellow Jackets fans who were like, you know, they shouldn't be charged with anything. It's not illegal to just be a little bit silly in the woods. You're allowed to lose your mind every once in a while, you know. And it was obviously just like people memeing and being like, those are my girls. They're just babies, you know, like cannibalism is okay, you know. I want to buy stuff. Don't buy stuff off Mercari. You told me to tell you not to. But it's also like one of those things where all of the drama that teenage girls just like have in the first place, you know, shows up in the woods, right? Like who's sleeping with whose boyfriend, and, you know, like who's jealous of who, and, you know, who's prettier than who, right? Like things that don't fucking matter at all when you're like in the woods about to die still manage to like drive a wedge between the girls. And like they kind of break off into factions because of it. I want to buy stuff too. I can if this job application gets accepted. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about my interview that I had yesterday. I'm like, if I get this job, I can finally pay for things. Yeah, exactly. That stuff is inane. Yeah, it's like, why are we worrying about that right now? But also I get it because it's like you have nothing better to do, but also like I genuinely could not care less about like, oh, who's better at soccer? Like we're in the woods and we're going to die here. I don't care who's better at soccer. I don't care who has a crush on who. Like we're not going to get back to have crushes on anybody. Although there is definitely like a lot of gay subplot happening because like, I don't know if it's because they're in the woods or because they would have been gay either way, but like there's definitely some lesbianism that goes down. Hoping to hear something soon, something that's like a storyboarding job, and that would be really cool. I love storyboarding. I did a lot of storyboarding in college in my film degree. I'm not very good at drawing, like I'm not the best artist, but it definitely helped me like picture my films by like storyboarding them out. Let's go lesbianism. Yeah, some of the girls just start like making out with each other in the woods, and like, you know, that's fair. If you're horny enough, you know, even if you are straight, may as well, right? Like, some of the girls are definitely gay already before they go to the woods. But, like, there's literally 2 guys out there with them. One guy their age, well, technically 3 guys, but one guy their age, and then one guy who is their soccer coach. And then one guy that's, like, not important. So the one guy who is their age becomes, you know, very much the center of a lot of female attention, right? Because again, imagine a bunch of, all of their periods sync up, right? Like literally all of their periods happen at the same time because, you know, what the fuck else would happen when you have a bunch of girls in the woods, right? So all their periods sync up. They're all horny at the same time. So there's the coach who is surrounded by all of these teenage girls and is supposed to be the adult in the situation. And then the other guy is, you know, their age. And so all of the girls at the beginning are like, is he kind of hot? And it's like, dude, you can't be that desperate. Like, we just crashed. you know, but of course, more than one of the girls ends up getting with this guy while they're in the woods together. Luckily, somebody packed condoms because the last thing that they need is, you know, getting fucking pregnant or getting STDs in the middle of the woods. But yeah, I think it would suck to be that guy. Truly, to be one guy surrounded by like 15 teenage girls. Like, I think he probably would have rather fucking died in the crash. Like, that's rough for him. And then it's also rough for the coach because one of the girls kind of starts making advances at the coach, and like, he's not that much older than them. Like, they're probably, you know, teenagers, and he's maybe late 20s, maybe 30. Like, he's a pretty young guy. But he's still older than them enough that he knows he's not supposed to, you know. But one of the girls is like, is the coach kind of hot? And it's like, girl, please. He's not into you. He's an adult man. You're like 16. But yeah. Anyway, I recommend Yellow Jackets if you can stand the horrors of it, but if not, I don't. He's an adult man, girl. Chill out. Yeah. No, really. And also, like, I would like to reiterate, like, they're in the middle of the Canadian wilderness in the winter for months. And they're still, like, worried about, like, sex and boys and things. Like, I don't know if it's just because I'm ace, but I feel like the last thing I would want to do in that situation is, like, get into a sexual relationship with somebody. Like, I would be busy trying to eat. Because also, like, being in a survival situation is, like, my worst nightmare because I'm a vegetarian. So, like, obviously I would have to eat meat to survive. I'm not, like, you know, I'm not stuck up in the point where, like, I'm a vegetarian, I'm not going to eat that, right? Like, if somebody kills a deer, like, I'm going to eat it, right? But being vegetarian for as long as I've been vegetarian, eating meat, like, makes me sick. So for the first little while, I would just be, like, throwing up everything I try to eat. And, like, God forbid, all of Charlie's allergies, like, once Charlie ran out of their medication, it would be over for them, you know? Like, yeah, the schizophrenic girl runs out of her medication, so she's a little bit schizophrenic. But, like, Charlie's medication, like, they would die. My medication, I would live without it, but I would have trouble eating some of the things. Like, I would never go on Survivor. If I had to go on a reality show, I would go on Big Brother because they get to stay inside most of the time and they get to eat pretty much whatever they want, and they get to, you know, they get beds and kitchens and, you know, all those things. Like, I would much rather be on, like, Big Brother than Survivor. I wouldn't last very long either. Yeah. I like to think that I would survive in a situation like that, but I know that I wouldn't. Like, because here's the thing. Places that I would be good at, right? I have martial arts training. So I, you know, I have that going for me, right? I have decent aim. I have decent hand-eye coordination. I have decent, like, instincts, you know? I think I could survive on my instincts alone. But if a bear... You know, there's a scene in the show where there's a bear. If a fucking grizzly bear came at me, I don't know what the fuck I would do. I don't know what I would do. I'm decently crafty. Yeah, they do a decent job of making, you know, a fire, making makeshift weapons, you know, things like that. But, like, you know, they even managed to find a gun, so they're able to hunt, you know, animals and things. But other than that, yeah, it's I would have a hard time. if it was when I was in high school, like if it was when I was their age, I was more athletic back then. I played sports, like I was in the marching band, so I would be able to run away from something if I was being chased, but now I'm so unathletic, I would literally just die. Like, I would not be able to run away from something very quickly. I would trip and immediately perish, yeah. I would establish a bartering system with our survival group of my crafted weapons and commissioned shelters, yeah. Because that was the thing, like, shelter was the big thing. They managed to find, like, an abandoned, like, cabin in the woods to stay in. Because otherwise I think they would have all died from the, like, harsh winter in Canada. But, like, before they do that, they're just, like, staying in the plain, you know? Like, what's left of the plain, anyway. So... I think if I had a group of people, I would survive relatively decently. Yeah. I think, like, my skills combined with other people's skills. But if it was just me or, like, just me and one other person or something, I would die. But I think the reason that it works out relatively well with Yellow Jackets is because they do all have, like, different skill sets and different, like, knowledge bases and things. And they're surprisingly crafty, considering, you know. They do well to improvise in situations where, you know, it's necessary. Because my thing is, I think if I panicked hard enough, I would just, like, freeze up. Like, in this one scene where they're being, like, attacked by wolves, like, I wouldn't know what to do. If my friend was being attacked by a wolf, like, would I try to get them away from the wolf? Like, would I put myself between them and the wolf, or would I just let the wolf kill my friend? I don't know. Like, what would I do? Grab a rock and, like, you know, chuck it at it? Or, you know, what do you do to get a wolf off someone, you know, or a bear? Or I freeze up easily? Yeah. Especially without my anxiety medication. Like, if I ran out of my medication, I would be a lot less helpful, just because that is what keeps me, like, from having panic attacks and things. So if I had a panic attack out there, which I definitely would if a fucking plane crashed, I'd have a panic attack. You know, I would definitely be, because at the beginning, they're like, oh, don't worry, like, we're going to be rescued soon, right? Like, I'm sure the pilot sent out, like, emergency, you know, transmission. Like, I'm sure that they're looking for us now and they'll find us soon. And then after enough time passes, they realize that they're not going to be found and that nobody is really looking for them. Or, you know, if they are, they're not looking in the right place, or they don't know where to look, right? And that, like, if they're gonna get found, they need to, like, find civilization themselves, right? But they're in the middle of the Canadian wilderness, and anybody who knows anything about Canada knows that if you're not in a part of Canada where people live, you're not going to find people for a long time. Especially in the winter. So they could try walking, you know, but they're not going to, you know, they're not going to make it anywhere anytime soon. I think, you know, over the course of hunting and looking for things, that they get maybe 10 miles in each direction or so, and they still find absolutely nothing, you know, because there's nothing for miles in the Canadian, like, mountains. All right, we're almost at 300 Articunos, and then we're almost at 6,000 on the Mareeps. So we're making good progress. Yeah, there we go. That was 6,001 right there. And then 298. So I'm going to try to get us to 300 Articunos, and then I have an ad to play. So, and then I should do the laundry during the break. Alright, yeah, there's the ad, so... This is number 99. And then we'll do one more. This guy stays not shiny. See, what I'm worried about the Articuno is even if I do find the shiny, I have to catch it. And I don't think I have a Master Ball to use. So I'm gonna have to actually catch it. Which is definitely a concern. Because I didn't really consider type matchups. Like, I'm pretty sure the top of my party is a grass type, which is not good for fucking, what, ice flying? But it's like one of the highest level Pokemon I have. Alright, there we go. That's 300. And he's not shiny. Alright, I'll get to... I don't know. 60-20, maybe, on the Mareeps. So I have an ad. Yeah, I just Master Balled the shiny version because I was not about to fail it. And that's valid. I wish you could transfer balls from game to game because I have plenty of extra Master Balls in Scarlet Violet, but I don't have any in Pearl. And if I did, I still think I would use it on Arceus because I have that soft reset hunt to do at some point, and I'm not ready for it. But yeah, during the ad, I'm going to go do the laundry real fast. I just need to put stuff into the dryer. You guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, do all that good stuff, walk your pet fish. And then after I finish doing the laundry, we'll do some more Articuno and more Mareeps. Here's the last one. Not pink Mareep. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side in just a few minutes. Be right back. All right, gamers, we are back. Let me see how everybody's GX went. Doe got 97% gay, 96% froggy, 51% eepy, 84% cute, 59% smelly, and 92% chaotic. Not bad, not bad. Duck got 46% eepy. How accurate would you say that that is? All right, we've got 10:30. Got like an hour and a half. I don't want to go too late tonight since I have so much to do. Try to get us, I don't know, 6,500 maybe on the heart gold? And then, I don't know, maybe another 100 on the Articuno? I don't know. Something. A lot easier considering I woke up early today. That's fair. Ty always gets the worst EP checks. It'll be like really low when they're really EP or like high when they're not. They like never get the right check. Okay. I can't believe the EP meter isn't accurate. I don't know. I don't know what Tom Nook's deal is. He's not very good at detecting the amount of EP that people are. Because he sucks. These resets would go so much faster if the loading screen on BDSP didn't take 27 years. Leo is barking now, and I wonder if he wants to be let out because I went into his room where the laundry is. And I didn't let him out. But maybe I should have. I don't know when the last time he went out was. I would, but I can't. Yeah, I know. When did you let him out last? Like, because what? I walked Bruno at like 4. So, did you let him out? You haven't let him out like since we got back. But like, before we left or no? Because I could have let him out. He didn't bark when I was like 3, 4. Okay. Well, we left at like 3:45. So did you let him out before we left? Because I was working. Like I was editing from like 2. I was editing from like 1:30 to like 3. So did you let him out like while I was editing? No, you let him out before we left. Okay. Okay, yeah. So yeah. Okay, well, I would wait until the next BRB, but that's literally an hour from now, so... I don't know. How long do you think you're going to be in the, like, shower for? Twenty more minutes? Okay. I mean... If he doesn't bark too much in the next, like, 20 minutes, I guess you could just let him out after you are done. If not, I can go down and let him out, but I literally was just down there. Probably a little longer. Okay. Well, I mean, my next dive's not for an hour, so if you can go down there sooner than an hour from now. Otherwise, I can go back down. Is he excited to see Auntie Peachy? I guess. I think we're excited for Tori to meet Mandy because they've never met. But obviously Leo and Tori have met before, so I don't know. I mean, he doesn't obviously know that she's coming down, but they didn't spend like the most time together when we were in New York. But I know he really likes Tori's like family. So probably. But we think Mandy's going to be very happy. Hopefully. Mandy likes most people. We're interested to see how Mandy and Tori's cat react to each other if they ever meet. Because Mandy's not really a cat, and I don't think Skylar is either. So it'll be interesting to see how they feel about each other. Because the cats did not like Leo, but that's fair because he's like an 120-pound dog. But Mandy and Skylar are both like on the smaller side as far as cats go, so I don't know if that helps. They're both antisocial, at least when it comes to other cats. Mandy is very social when it comes to people, but I'm annoyed because she was sitting in that beanbag most of today, like when I was working and stuff, but of course now that I'm streaming, she's like nowhere to be found. But yeah, like I said, we don't normally have people over all that often, and when we do, they don't really stay over, so it'll be interesting to see how Leo responds to somebody being in our house for an extended period of time. Because in our apartment, I mean, we had roommates, right? So there was always somebody else around. It was Kat for a while, and then it was Afra for a while. But since moving into the house, like, we've really only had people stay over for like a night. If that, so. But Mandy will just be appreciative of the extra attention. Leo too, to be honest. Leo just fucking loves attention, so if Tori gives him any attention at all while she's here, he'll be happy. And like, I think he'll remember her because he was at her house for a week and a half, so like, I think he'll recognize her. Can you imagine we get another Hoppip? I would die, I think. Oh. Cat's playing PLA. What's up, Cat? She working on her, like, Rowlet decks or something? Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. Minecraft music. You okay? How's the being productive going? You showered? That's good. How is the packing? I know your phone finished, so you're on your new phone now. What else do you have to do? Still have to find the one thing I wanted to find. And then put stuff in bags. Do I know what the thing that you wanted to find was? Because I know you were looking for your switch, but you found that. You know the containers the tiny, tiny squishmallows came in? Like the ones that you gave us? Yeah. So I have the Forg one. What about them? Wanted to find my collection so I can use one to carry my AirPods and other small things. Aw. Ah, Leo is barking again. Please. Because your AirPods you bought the thing for, you can't find your collection? Well, what happened to the ones that you opened with us? Because I got the frog one and Charlie got the wolf one, but there was another one. Did you put that one with your collection? Or is that one elsewhere? You don't like that one? You got the ice cream one? I know where that is. Okay, well, I mean, worst case scenario, you could use that one if... even if you don't like it. But... I thought your collection was, like... in that, like, left corner of your room. But maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Or, like, in one of those, like, containers? But you could always carry them in something else if you had to. Gotta go through my clothes and stuff. So I have to pack in order to pack. Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of how it is. It's like how cleaning is like making the room messier before it's cleaner. It's like pulling everything out of where it is and then putting it back where it goes. But in that like middle phase, there's just like stuff all over the floor. Might have brought them downstairs. Yeah, I don't know. Because that's how, what was I gonna say? That's how cleaning the craft room was. Is it was a lot of taking stuff out of, like, old containers and putting it into new containers, or taking stuff out of the closet and rearranging it. And then a lot of trash, getting that off the floor. And then my office was the same way. I had some stuff in here that wasn't really where it was supposed to go. So I briefly just had a ton of stuff on the floor of my office in order to be able to put it back. And laundry. Like, I feel like you put the clean clothes, like, all over the bed or whatever to fold them before you put them away. But then you just end up with, like, a stack of, like, folded clothes. I'm very guilty of that. That's why our house isn't totally how I wanted it to be before you got here, because it was like... we are partially in the phase of messing things up before they're fixed. Okay, Leo is barking still, so if he does not stop barking in the next couple minutes, I'm gonna go let him out. Because I think he has to pee. Text, yeah, I saw it. How urgent is it? On account of me doing this right now. Urgent in a silly musical way, but not urgent in an emergency way. Okay, I mean, can I open it when I come back upstairs if I have to let Leo out? Okay. Because he's still barking. Alright, I'll try to get to 3:15 on the Articunos. And then go let him out. Dude, I'll be right there. He's fine. I should have just let him out when I was down there, but I didn't know if he needed to go out or not, because he didn't bark. Like, why did he wait until I came back upstairs to bark at me? Alright. I'll get to 61:30 on the Mareeps, and then 3:15 on the Articuno, maybe. Like, I would ring a bell if he wanted out. Yeah, so we have a bell for him. He just doesn't really use it. So... Plus, he's in his crate right now. Since I was doing laundry. Okay, not shiny. Alright, I'm gonna go let him out. I'll be right back. I don't have anything for you to look at in the meantime, so I'm sorry. But I'll be right back. Okay, I let him out, but can you handle letting him back in and feeding them?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. Alright. Comes my tortoiseshell pattern ragdoll kitty. Aww. Cute. Alright. Why do you say warm fish? In what context was that even said in? Eh. Ugh, my back hurts because I don't sit with good posture. Warm fit. What do you mean? What are you guys talking about? Can these guys be shiny? Because that would be really cool if they were. Fish that is warm? Yeah, but like why? Why warm fish? I have no idea. Fish. I concur. Is a fish not allowed to be warm? I mean, if it's cooked. I don't know if like a live fish should be warm. But I'm not a fish expert, so ask Tori. Tori's the one who spends all her time at the aquarium. Eat some Magikarp. Yeah, we were in Discord earlier. We were talking about which Pokemon are the most edible. So first of all, it's true I use my membership. Do you have like a season's pass or like what's the deal? Because we just had like day tickets for us to go, but like do you get like a like you pay for a year kind of thing or something? But we were talking about like which Pokemon would taste the best. So I was thinking like, you know, Vanillux, Vanillite, Vanillish, like that line, right? Because they're just vanilla ice cream. So I feel like... Yeah, that's why I didn't pay. No, I know that's why you didn't pay, but I'm asking like what the system for it is. Like, do you, like... I know that you didn't pay, but like... So, like, okay, if you have, like, season's tickets for a sports game, you get the same seat every game, and you pay for it, like, you know, you pay for the whole season up front or whatever, or you pay, like, in installments or whatever. So I'm like, what, you know, what's the payoff for having the membership versus the, like, a day ticket, you know what I mean? Yearly, okay. I wish I lived closer to an actually decent aquarium. Unfortunately, the only one I live near is SeaWorld. Gross. Unlimited visits for a year. So you could just like live there. You could just like set up a space for yourself and just stay there all the time. You could live at the aquarium. That's pretty dope though. But also like I feel like it would get old after a while. Like, it's the same fish every time. Like, how often do they change the fish? I could go there every day if I wanted. Well, yeah, I mean, that's how a membership like that works, but... I just feel like you would eventually be like, well, I'm looking at all the same shit, you know? Whereas with like season passes for like a game, like a sports game, it's a different game every time. Staff is nice and they let me in on secrets and stuff. Well, yeah, because you have a friend who works there, so I bet he hooks you up with all the stuff. That's how you hooked us up with penguins, because you knew a guy who knew the penguins. I know what animals are rotated where, I know their names. I learn so much every time. This is true, yeah. You did know like all of the penguins' names, which I thought was pretty impressive. At one point, somebody asked Tori a question, like, like an aquarium goer, asked her a question and she answered it like she worked there. She wasn't wearing a uniform or anything, obviously, because she doesn't work there. But, like, she was literally just standing with us, telling us facts about, like, the fish that we were looking at. And then somebody came up to her and was like, hey, like, do you know where the, like, whatever is? And she was like, oh, yeah, it's just, like, it's down there. And I was like, girl, what? I thought that was really funny, that they just assumed that you worked there because of how much knowledge you had about the fish. Oh, but anyway, about the eating Pokemon thing, one of the people in the chat was like, I think I would eat a Magikarp. Tori said she would eat a Cryogonal, which... Okay. I should just work there at this point. Are they hiring? You just get a job at the aquarium because you spend enough time there. Maybe they'd hire me. Maybe. I mean, you know where all the stuff is and you know all the penguins' names. Would a Farfetch eat its own leek if desperate enough? I mean, he could probably just get another one, right? Are you going to tell them why I would eat a Cryogonal? I don't know, man. That's up to you. Without context, it's so dumb. Maybe you just really like ice. I don't know. Because we agreed that, like, Fido and Dachshund are more dog than they are bread, so I don't think I would want to eat them. Unless I could pull the croissants, like, off of Dachshund. But I'd eat a Rototorchic or Combuskin because drumsticks. Yeah, I was trying to go the vegetarian route. Say things like, you know, Bounsweet, Cherum, stuff like that. You know, things that are actually vegetables or fruits. Alchemy, you know. But I mean, you know, going the like animal route, you know, makes sense. Like Miltank is a cow. So you could reasonably eat Miltank. Good job, Pokemon. Tsunami's in 4 days. Let's go. Yeah, Applin. Yeah, see, that's a fruit, right? You could totally eat an Applin. An Appleton would be like eating apple pie, but I do think he has too cute of a face to actually eat him. I'd eat my own ass. Yeah, pasta? Tell me more. And then, yeah, like most of the bird Pokemon would probably be edible. Anything that resembles a chicken. You could eat the deerling line if you're somebody who's into eating deer. I'm not super into that, but you definitely could. It's thick. I believe you. Are we eating the apple part or the worm part? I guess the apple part. I wouldn't want to eat the worm part. But you could. You could eat the worm part. Worms are technically food. I don't know. These are the questions to ponder. Smoliv would be relatively edible, but I fucking hate olives. So I would not personally eat Smoliv. But you definitely could. Togepi. It's just an egg. I like eggs. I don't know if any Pokemon looks edible to me. I've always wondered how much the Tea to water ratio would take for a Poltergeist to form. Yeah, I mean, you can, like, drink the inside of a Poltergeist, I guess. I don't know. Yeets a shiny Smoliv in the chat. Yeah, my mom loves black olives. Every time I've tried to eat them, I was like, they taste like salt and nothing else. But, like, sour. But apparently that's one of those things where it depends on your genes, like cilantro. Some people, cilantro tastes good. Some people, cilantro tastes bad. And apparently some people, like, olives taste bitter. And for some people, they don't. And for me, they taste really bitter. And, like, what's that all about? Yeah, see, I like salt. I have the cilantro soap gene. You guys want to know a fun fact about me? I don't know. I have eaten cilantro and thought to myself, this kind of tastes like soap, and then continued to eat it. Like, I think I like cilantro. Like, I'll eat things that have cilantro on them. And, like, I like cilantro lime rice, and I like, you know, like Mexican food that has cilantro on it. But if I eat cilantro straight, I will think to myself, this kind of tastes like soap. So something that I'm worried about is that I have the soap gene and I'm eating it anyway. Versus the people that think it tastes like soap and don't like it, or the people that don't think it tastes like soap and do like it. I hate cilantro, but I've eaten soap before. Yeah. I'm so hungry I could eat a domeki. Why? I'm hoping I'm just like crazy and I'm convincing myself it tastes like soap and it actually doesn't to me. But like, what if it does taste like soap and I'm eating it anyway? And does that mean that I like the taste of soap? I'm so hungry I could eat a self-titled. I bet you could. I bet you could, Tori. All right, where are we at? 327. Hello. My nickname is Doe. This is true. Anybody else hungry in chat? I made the joke from the meme. What was that response? Well, I just feel like, you know, if it came down to it, like, I do think that you could eat me. I think, you know, if the situation presented itself, I think that you could. If you were hungry enough. We can't eat a chocolate chip muffin? Yum. I'm thirsty, but I've been crunching Lifesaver mints for a while. Motherfucker. What? I just think if you had to go full Yellow Jackets that you could. You know? Is this going to bring up the conversations around vegan cannibalism again? Because I love having that conversation with people. I love telling people about vegan cannibalism. Exit from House for House tells Wilson about a romantic weekend in the Poconos. Exactly. That's how I feel right now. Yeah, I ended up on House TikTok because I interacted with a couple of them to show them to Tori, and now it's like my whole feed. So I keep getting like Hilson edits, which I love. I am unfortunately the target audience for being queerbaited. I love being queerbaited. I can't help myself. I grew up on Dan and Phil. Not that they were queerbaiting, obviously, because they are queer and obviously together. But, like, John Locke, Hilson, all of it. I can and will be queerbaited. Reese's peanut butter cups and a double chocolate chip muffin. That sounds good. I'm hungry and we have no food in the house, which is why we were supposed to go to the store this weekend. And then we didn't. So, guess I'll starve. Y'all got googly eyes? Maybe? Charlie might have some. In the house somewhere, probably in the craft room. I didn't see any when we were cleaning, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Exactly, D. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't have said it better myself. John Locke is in John Watson and Sherlock Holmes. Yes, but specifically the BBC Sherlock version of them with Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman. That is the John Locke that I believe in, and I know that it's not real, and I don't care. And Destiel, too. And Hilson. Yeah. I love those two. Listen. The show is pure evil for doing what it did, okay? But fuck it if there's not sexual tension between those two. I'm sorry. I think that there is sexual tension, not supernatural. Listen, I'm sorry, but there is sexual tension between Dean and Castiel. You can't tell me there's not. There are scenes in fucking BBC Sherlock where, like, they heavily imply that Sherlock is either ace or gay for John. And I feel like those are the only two options. Because I cannot see BBC Sherlock as a heterosexual man. I just can't. And literally in the Supernatural finale, they fucking made Destiel canon, so I guess it's canon. I don't know. Dan and Phil are canon now, so anything can be canon. Anything's canon if I say it's canon. That's how we ended up in a forple. Because I decided so. I decided that Tori and Pasta were gay for each other, and now they are. I'm sure there's gay implications in Supernatural. That show is just in my mind long trauma, so I do not like it. Well, I've not seen it, but I mean I've seen some of it, but I did not watch the finale. I've just seen that clip. Thank you for the wow, Garrett. Dan and Phil is canon. I mean, are we going to talk about the nature of Dan and Phil's relationship? Okay. Have Dan and Phil ever said out loud, outright, we're gay for each other? No. Have they said everything but that? Yes. I mean, Dan has referred to them as soulmates. He has... First of all, they live together. They have lived together for years. They have never had other partners publicly. And then in an interview, Dan was like, yeah, we're soulmates. We're like two immortal people who have known each other in every lifetime and love each other in every lifetime. And like... we're like two tortoises that are going to die together. And then the interviewer was like, oh, so like, you know, every other gay couple. And Dan was like, yeah. And in Dan's coming out video, he literally said, of course, Phil and I were more than friends, but blah, 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 blah. And like, they... At this point, I mean, now that they're, like, more comfortable in their sexuality and stuff online, they will literally, like, in their gaming videos, make jokes about, like, the other one being a top or a bottom, or, like, you know, all kinds of fucking things. Literally no heterosexual explanation to that, yeah. And people like, no, they just live together as friends. Like, they're just soulmates in a friend way. Like, they're definitely not in love. And I'm like, as somebody who is in a relationship that like yearns to have what Dan and Phil have, like, I'm sorry, but that's gay people. That is two gay people in love. For once, it can't possibly be my fault because you're not in my department anymore. Yeah, it's Jason's fault. Jason told me today that you aren't funny. What the fuck, Jason? You made Pom Pom Bear. Yeah, and they created a sim together that they call their child. They've done a lot of things. Like, you would have to really, really sell me on Dan and Phil aren't a couple. Because, like, I don't expect them to ever confirm it, like, in so many words. But, like, if you have eyes, they're together, you know? And they don't want us to speculate and blah, 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 blah. But I think it's more insulting, the people that imply that they're definitely just friends, than the people who can, like, rightfully assume that they're together. I think it's more harmful to be like, no, Dan and Phil are just friends. Like, there's no way that they're in love. Like, there's no way they're gay for each other. Why do they live in their forever home then? Like, why would two gay people who have not left each other's side for more than, like, a couple of months at a time since they met live in a forever home together? Like, they wouldn't. That's insane. Like, unless they're in, like, an open relationship or some kind of QPR or something, like, that is two people who are gay for each other. I'm sorry. I only just started watching them a few years ago, and I immediately thought they were a couple, but they were still not public about it. Yeah, so if you want to know the reason that they're not public about it, let me fucking tell you. Because I've been a Dan and Phil fan since 2008. So I've got shit to tell you. I was in the fucking trenches. I was in the war. So, okay. Here's a little story for everybody. Sit on my lap. Let me tell you a story. So, when Dan and Phil met, Dan was closeted. Phil was not. But Phil was not really out on the internet. They were confirmed to be more than friends when they met. Because Dan and his coming out video said that they were more than friends. And basically, like, if you look at the evidence on their, like, old tweets and on their, like, old Formspring posts, they were very clearly, like, crushing on each other. Dan obviously had a crush on Phil and followed him on social media and basically, like, just, like, stalked him into friendship. He was like, oh, you like Muse? I like Muse. You like this? I like that. And basically convinced Phil to be his friend. And then they started, you know, like, video chatting and Skype, you know, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, they became definitely, like, a couple, but not a couple, right? Like, they were definitely talking. They were definitely in the talking stages, you know, at this time, right? Now, they confirmed on the tour that their actual romantic relationship anniversary is not until December, but they met in October of 2009. So you can assume that there was a couple months of, like, dating where they weren't officially a couple. And then they got together officially in December of 2009. Now, Tori mentioned the video that we cannot mention. There is lore in the Dan and Phil fandom about a video that happened in around February of 2010 that Phil made for Dan that seems to have been a private video that was meant to be just from Phil to Dan. And we believe that it was uploaded on, like, unlisted on YouTube so that he could send the link to him and that he could watch it. But it was not supposed to be posted publicly on Phil's channel. It was on his backup channel. It was very clearly not meant for the internet to see. But somehow, some way, the video accidentally got unprivated and everybody saw it. And after that, things got a little dicey in the Dan and Phil fandom. Was it an accident? Probably. It was probably an accident. We think that it was either a YouTube glitch or that Phil did it on accident or something. And do not look up this video, yeah. I regrettably have the video downloaded and I feel really bad about it, but I also can't delete it, so I just have it on my hard drive. What happened in the video, I don't know, Dan and Phil. But TLDR gay stuff. I'll get shot for talking about it, so I can't tell you. The Dan and Phil fandom will find me and shoot me if I tell you. Out of respect for the other humans, yeah. So basically gay shit happened in the video. That's all I can say. And after that video came out, they did a lot of damage control, right? Phil was like, oh, haha, that was supposed to be an April Fool's video. But it got unlisted, or like it went public too early. It wasn't supposed to go up till April. Oh, that's so silly. It went up in February. Haha. And then basically like 2012, Dan and Phil, like they wouldn't touch. They would barely be in the same space. They wouldn't fucking look at each other. Now, some people think that they broke up during this period of time. Some people think that they were just trying to seem like they weren't together in videos because of how outed they felt when the video came out. I'm kind of in camp B, but it really could go either way. But 2012 Dan and Phil were like, I mean, you would not assume that they were together. And a lot of people on Dan and Phil's like live streams would come on and they would go on Dan's You Now and they'd be like, are you gay? Like, are you gay? Are you gay? And he would be like, no, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. Like, you know, but what if I was gay? Would you stop watching my videos if I was? Would it matter if I was gay? You know, like, what does it matter to you if I'm gay? So that happened, and Dan has come out in his coming out video and in his other videos since then, and in We're All Doomed and in Tit, talked about how detrimental that was for his mental health and how scary it was to have hundreds of thousands and millions of like looking eyes trying to out their relationship, right? Because there were these like Dan and Phil fan truthers, right? That they would take, you know, any frame of a video that they could where maybe Dan and Phil were holding hands, or maybe they were looking at each other a little bit too affectionately, or, you know, maybe there was an edit, a cut in a video where it seemed like, you know, they were cutting something out because something gay happened, right? And people would tear apart these videos and try to find any evidence of fan. People would record them out in public and in the backgrounds of other people's vlogs and be like, oh, look how close they're standing. Look, Dan's arm is around Phil. Look at this. Look at that. And really, really, really just put this like microscope on their relationship that made them incredibly uncomfortable, which is why they stayed so far away from each other in videos for years. Terrifying, yeah. There were people that quite literally took pictures from different videos and tried to draw a floor plan of their apartment. Because they were like, okay, I think Dan's room is here. I think Phil's room is here. I think the gaming room is here. And people were trying to confirm that they stayed in the same bed, right? They were sharing a bed and that they were not, you know, that their two separate rooms were fake, right? That one room that was Phil's room was like a filming room and it had a bed in it to look like it was a real room, but it wasn't a real room, and that the two of them were sharing the other room. And whether or not that's true is like literally not important, but people would literally draw like floor plans of their house to try to figure out if they were sharing a bed. And on the tour, on their very first tour, they were on a tour bus that had one like big regular sized bed, and then all of the other ones were like twin sized bunks. And people were speculating that Dan and Phil were sharing the large bed, even though they made a whole like thing out of like rock, paper, scissoring, you know, for the bed, right? Like who gets the big bed? But everybody was like, no, they shared the bed, they shared the bed, they shared the bed. And on their most recent tour, they confirmed that they shared the bed. So we were technically correct, but we shouldn't have been speculating regardless. And like people would make these like insane videos. Like there was one situation where Phil posted on Twitter a picture of like a cup over a spider or something. And he was like, found this spider on the floor of my bedroom or something. And people took the picture and looked at the floor, and then looked at the floor in Phil's bedroom, and then looked at the floor in Dan's bedroom, and realized that Phil saying my floor, like my bedroom floor, was actually Dan's floor, and that they had different floors in their rooms. So him saying like this was on my bedroom floor was like, oh, they were sharing the bed then. Like they were sharing a room and they're resting together. And like maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but like it was so intrusive. It was so scary and so parasocial and disgusting. And like I like regret to say that like I was in the fandom during all of that, so I was kind of part of it. Like I wasn't super contributing to all of that, but I wasn't not contributing, you know? So now they make fun of us, you know, with their most recent tour. They've said that, you know, they forgive us for what we did and that they're mostly over it now and that Dan went to a lot of therapy to get over it. And that they felt like that relationship was really parasocial and that they will probably never show us that part of themselves ever again because we frankly don't deserve it. And that's why they will never confirm their relationship because we don't deserve to know, essentially. They're like, that's our private life. That is between us. And like, it's really frankly none of your business whether or not we share a bed. And what we do in our private time and whether or not we're in a romantic relationship is literally none of your business. And even though we forgive you for speculating and for causing us, you know, years of therapy, you know, there are certain things that we're never going to show you. And even though they came out and they told us that they're gay and they've basically told us that they're together, they will never show us them being together because we don't deserve it, you know? Because they could have come out and they could have made a video and been like, and we're together, and they could have kissed, you know? But they're never going to do that, right? Because they want the 1 ounce of privacy they have left, you know? People doxed their apartment in Manchester. Like, people put the location of their apartment online so that people to this day go to Manchester and do like a Dan and Phil apartment tour, and they go around the apartment complex that Dan and Phil used to live at, and they go to the fountain that they made a video in front of and literally like recreate the day in the life in Manchester video they made because they know where they fucking lived. So now we don't know where they live, and they're very secretive about their house, and they haven't given us a house tour, and they're not going to open a door into their private life because they're probably traumatized and don't want us to, you know, like hyper examine and over speculate on their relationship again. So yeah, that's the Dan and Phil lore, basically. There's more to it, but that's the gist of it, is that their fans were really creepy, really stalkery, really parasocial, really intrusive, caused Dan to be stuck in the closet for years longer than he wanted to be. And now they're kind of like, fuck you guys. I honestly don't blame them. I don't either. Not for a second. They deserve more than anybody to protect their peace. You know what I mean? Because they didn't have it for so many years, and we're responsible for that. And like, they totally deserve to have privacy and have secrets and never tell us whether they're actually together or not, even though we can infer based on what we know about them that they probably are together. But they're never going to tell us, and we're never going to know. And maybe they're married, and maybe they're not, and maybe they'll never get married, and maybe they will, and they won't tell us. And like, valid, because like, that is the one private thing they have left, and they deserve it. So, you know, the internet was a different time back then, right? Like, it was more socially acceptable to be like a stalker fan, to be a fangirl, right? Like, that was more socially acceptable back in the day than it is now. And that doesn't make it okay. It just means it was more common. So Dan and Phil, like, were not the only people that, you know, experienced this kind of harassment, but they were definitely some that experienced it the most. And Dan experienced a lot of bullying for being gay when he was young, even though he wasn't out as gay. People just assumed he was gay because of the way that he looked and walked and talked, right? And so he was like pushed down and shoved into lockers and, you know, very, very much bullied in his childhood because he was growing up in England in the 90s, right? So like, he was very much being bullied for being queer. People would call him the F slur, you know, people would call him all kinds of things. And he describes being a very happy-go-lucky child, and then that like life being absolutely ripped out of him in his youth. And I relate to that so much because we were talking about this last stream. Like I was a very like extroverted, like very happy, loud and outgoing child, and then I just had every ounce of quirkiness like ripped out of me in my middle school years, and I became a shell of myself. And I think the same thing happened to Dan in his childhood. The Dan and Phil Lord of the Rings. Correct. Yeah. Dan and Phil Lord of the Rings. But yeah. Essentially, Dan and Phil have a lot of baggage with their audience, and rightfully so. So technically they're not canon, but like they're canon to me. You know, they've always been canon to me, but it takes one to know one as another queer person, right? To be able to identify other queer people. But it was never my place to be like, oh, well, I knew they were gay. Like, yeah, sure, I had an inkling. But all of the people when Dan and Phil came out that were like, duh, of course you're gay. We knew that. Like, who are you helping by saying that? Like, who does that help? Middle school nearly killed me. Me too. Yeah, middle school was rough. That was a hard time in my life, for sure. So, basically be nice to your online creators. Don't expect to know everything about their private lives. Don't ask them. I hate it when people like come into chats and start asking about like, oh, are you single? Like, are you this? Are you that? Like, like obviously with me it's fine because I can tell people, but still struggle with things I started in middle school. Yeah, me too. But like it's like really, what's your social security number? Yeah, so it's 3. Tori, give us extra hugs. I think she will, to be honest. I think that she will. Gotta go now. Good night, Nando. Thanks for hanging out. I hope that you rest well. We're getting so many hugs. Yeah, I plan on like fully tackling her in the airport when we go to pick her up. That's the plan. If we don't knock each other down or like give each other like a bloody nose or something, we haven't done it right. Please don't actually give me a bloody nose, but you'd be 2 for 2. I always find it creepy when people ask personal questions right off the bat. Exactly, right? Like, I feel like my regular viewers have more of a right to ask me personal questions because, like, I know where you guys are coming from. But if you're a first-time chatter and you come in, like, sometimes people will be like, are you gay? And I'm, like, obviously very clearly gay. But, like, it's still just like, okay, like, what if I wasn't comfortable with that question? You know what I mean? Like, I make it very clear on my account that I'm gay. But, like, what if I didn't? You know what I mean? It'd be 2 for 2, yeah. And like, especially asking like, especially female streamers like coming in and asking if they're single. Like, okay, I have an ad coming up, so I'm gonna get to 2 more encounters on the Heart Gold Soul Silver, and then go on a BRB. But you guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loans, do whatever you gotta do. Okay, we're at 55, right? Okay, yeah, we're at 350 and then 63.55. So I'm gonna go on BRB. And I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. But yeah, don't ask female streamers or male streamers, but don't ask female streamers if they're single, please. That's fucking gross. Especially if your intention is to try to date them if they are single. Because Twitch is not a dating app. So don't try to date people you find on the internet. That's parasocial and creepy and weird. All right, be right back. Chat, I'm hungry. I haven't had dinner and I'm hungry. Anyway, we got like 30 minutes left to stream. Not even. So, I'm gonna try. We're not gonna get to 400, definitely not. But we'll try to get, I don't know, 375 maybe? And then maybe 6,500 on the Mareeps? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we can manage in 30 minutes. You've not eaten anything other than cookies today? Please eat something. What is it with you guys and not eating shit? Like, I've eaten today. I just haven't had dinner. What do you mean, no? You're gonna eat so good when you're here. I eat, like, 5 meals a day. So... You're gonna eat breakfast, lunch, dinner, and 2 snacks. You haven't eaten much today either. Chat, why are we all hungry? Please. Struggling to draw this one character for most of the stream. Why is posing so hard? I don't know. Art is hard, man. I'm realizing how little I've eaten. Yeah, no wonder your fucking head hurts, dude. You barely ate anything today. You had like a oatmeal cookie thing, and then you had like crackers. You haven't had like any protein today. You guys know you have to have protein and carbs and like vegetables in a day, right? Yeah, none of that is real, like, is a meal, Charlie. I had a bar for breakfast and some fruit snacks, and then I had a sandwich for lunch. And then I had some crackers as a snack. I just haven't had dinner. So, Charlie, make some dinner, please. So you can eat something. And then I can clean the kitchen once you finish cooking. Just drink some milk. I want Cheez-Its. I have some Cheez-Its downstairs, I think. I fuck with Cheez-Its. Pasta with cheese, probably. We'll see if the mac and cheese is gluten-free. Because then we could save the pasta for Tori. Because she doesn't like mac and cheese. If it's not, then make the rotini, probably. Or, no, probably the elbows. But I don't know if... Does Tori like rotini? Your mom called you. Is your mom driving you to the airport? Pasta with cheese, I thought I wasn't allowed. That's not what I mean! She is, period. She's asking what time. I mean, if your flight leaves at what, like 5 a.m., you should probably get there by at least like 3. I feel like 2 hours before your flight is like a relatively safe zone, depending on the size of the airport. Thanks, Cheeks Mom. Yeah. The flight's actually not that long. It's really only like an hour and a half. Not even. It's a pretty short flight. Because the thing about flying from like Niagara Falls to here is it's a relatively straight shot, but you can't drive a straight shot, nor can you take a train in a straight shot. You have to like go diagonally through Pennsylvania if you're driving. And if you're taking a train, you have to go straight up into New York City and then cut diagonally through New York to get to Niagara Falls. So, like, the flight is like obviously the fastest way anyway because it's a flight. But the thing that the flight can do that the train and a car can't is literally just go straight from one point to the other, which is why it's such a short flight. We have longer to drive than her flight is. Don't want to dox what time. Yeah. What airport are you going to be at and what time are you going to get there, Tori? Please let us know the full itinerary. But yeah, we have to drive because we're not picking her up at the airport closest to us. We're actually picking her up at the third closest airport to where we live. So we have to drive an hour and a half to get there. Maybe 2 hours depending on the traffic. And her flight is maybe like an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half. So, yeah. But it makes way more sense for us to drive longer than the flight to pick her up than her driving. Like, because her driving down would take like 10 hours, you know? But the flight's only 1 hour. A decision made by you, keep it... Oh, so, okay. It's not as much a decision made by me as it is the logistics of the airports, okay? Because we have 3 major airports in our area, but they all service different other airports. So based on the airline and the price and the ones that even take flights from the airport you're flying out of, it made the most logistical sense for you to either go to the airport that is closest to us or the airport that is furthest from us. The one in the middle, like, made no sense, right? So, it was cheaper for you to fly to the airport further from us than it was for you to fly to the airport closer to us because of the size of those airports. And we're getting you so early in the morning that, like, hopefully the traffic really won't be that bad. It'll be worse on the way back from picking you up than it will be on the way to get you because of rush hour traffic around that time. But, like, truly, it will not, like... The drive makes more sense to do than for you to come to the airport closer to us. Because it's, like, not that much of a difference. My coworker said that Group A is, like, elite, so thanks for that. Yeah, I literally just checked in the second the clock hit, like, 5:50 or whatever. Like, literally, the exact minute I could press it, I pressed it, and then I just checked you in. Are you able to view the boarding pass on your phone? Because I could see it on my phone, but it didn't actually show up in your upcoming trips. Because I booked it under my account when I made it, but I put it on your name. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, it, because on my end it confirmed your like your booking time, but I didn't know if you could see it on your end too. It's in your wallet? Okay, slay. Yeah, we'll have to set hella alarms for both of us to get up. Service sounds sexual? How? I'm talking about airplanes. But yeah, listen, my roommate, Kat, flew on Southwest multiple times back and forth from LA to DC when she was living with us. And, like, I watched her check in for flights enough times that, like, I knew the drill. And we checked in for our flight to LA on Southwest as well. And both times drove to BWI. Like, so it's really, like, not a big deal at all. Because, you know, whatever. One time in the middle of stream, before Kat and I were even very close, before we were living together, she needed a ride to the airport, and she had a friend who was going to drive her that was, like, her flight ended up getting delayed, and she was no longer able to be driven. And so she texted me in the middle of my stream because she didn't know I was streaming. And she was like, hey, what are you doing right now? And because I was like obsessed with this girl, I was like, nothing. Why? What do you want? And she was like, can you drive me to the airport? And I was like, yeah. And then I stopped streaming and I drove her to the airport like an hour and a half away. So in the middle of the night, it was like 10 p.m. And people, because we weren't even that close at the time, people were like, why did you do that? Like, people kept being like, oh, you're such a good friend for doing that for her. And I was like, what was I going to say? No, not that cat, different cat. Cat who used to live with me. Cat with a C, not cat with a K. But yeah, cat, not cat, exactly. But everyone was like, oh my God, you're such a good friend. Like, I can't believe you did that for her. Like, you just dropped everything and drove her to the airport. And I was like, yeah, I love her. She needed to get on the plane. Like, if she didn't get to the airport, she was going to miss her flight. What was I going to say? No? Like, no, I'm not going to drive you to the airport. Sorry, I'm playing Webkins right now. And, like, I don't know. I was, like, profusely thanked for that interaction, but it literally meant, like, nothing to me. Like, it seemed like a no-brainer to me. I think this was before Charlie and I met, or, like, around the same time. But I was like, yeah, no, obviously I'm going to drive you to the airport. Like, duh. It felt silly to me that people were like, I wouldn't have done that. Like, what do you mean you wouldn't have done that? You were just going to, like, let her be stranded? Because she was at, like, a different airport, and, like, her flight wasn't going to be for another several hours. Like, I wasn't going to leave her there. I don't know. I also would have done that, but I think she knew I was busy, so she called you. Probably, yeah. I mean, the thing about Kat is the day that we met, and I always sort of like, I always talk about this when I talk about when Kat and I met. But so Kat and I met on my very first day, or maybe my second day at my new job. And it was, I think it was like literally my first day. And I like sat across from her and I thought she was so cool looking. She was so emo. She had like cool makeup, cool hair. She was wearing this like Haunted Mansion shirt. Like she was very, very cool looking. I forget, did she train you? No, she didn't. Rose trained me. Kind of. Kat ended up sort of not like officially training me, but sort of unofficially training me after that because Rose didn't do a very good job training me. But anyway, I sat across from her. I thought she was the coolest person in the world. And I just kept like staring at her from across the room. And when work was over, I kind of tried to talk to her on our way out because, like, during the job we couldn't really talk because it was like a phone job, so we were always on the phones. But after the job was over,
or something?
okay, I'll take my meds. Although I probably shouldn't until we're done, like, with everything. I shouldn't take it till after we eat. But we were leaving and it was raining. Not super hard, but like enough that like we would have gotten pretty wet. And because it was my first day at that job, I panicked and I took a whole backpack with like a ton of stuff in it. Notebooks, pens, my Switch, like my phone, an umbrella, like stuff, a water bottle, like stuff I didn't even need because I didn't know what I was going to need for the job. So I just brought everything I could possibly think of. So I had an umbrella on me and she didn't. And I asked her what dorm she was going to, and she said the same dorm as me. And I was like, well, why don't I just walk you? And so I opened my umbrella, and we stood real close to each other, and we walked back to our collective dorm, where I found out she lived 2 floors below me. And so then we kind of just started walking back from work together, because we lived in the same building, and sort of walking to and from work together. But something else that was funny about that was it was during COVID. So there was a dining hall pretty close to the building that we lived in. It wasn't very far. It was a pretty like 5-minute walk maybe from our building. And we got out of work around like maybe 8 p.m., 9 p.m. most nights, and we both ate pretty late. So we would go to the dining hall after work separately. Like we separately would go to the dining hall after work. So when I walked her to our dorm with my umbrella, I was actually planning on walking straight to the dining hall and getting food and then going back to my dorm. But I walked to the dorm with her anyway because I was holding the umbrella. So I dropped her off at the dorm and she got off on the elevator 2 floors below me. And then I pretty much immediately left the dorm again to go to the dining hall. And I get to the dining hall and she's there. So we both walked all the way back to the dorm and then walked to the dining hall separately. So then we made it sort of a ritual every night that we worked together. We would walk to the dining hall together, get food, and then walk back to our dorms. We never ate together, but we always got the food together and then walked back to our dorms. Because it was all grab and go food because of COVID, which is why it was like that. Otherwise, we would have sat in the dining hall together and eaten together. But everything was like grab and go. So we would grab food and go back to our dorms. But yeah, that's how Kat and I started becoming friends. And yeah, it is gay shit. I was definitely like, I don't want to say that I had like a full-blown crush on her because I didn't know her that well, but I thought she was so cool and I just wanted to like spend so much time with her, and like I just really wanted to be her friend really bad. And, you know, like the first day or the second day we met, she told me she was bisexual and I was like, and then she told me she had a boyfriend and I was like, fuck. So I let that go pretty quickly and we ended up becoming best friends. But yeah, then she introduced me to Charlie and, well, the rest is history. You guys know how that went. So basically, yeah, like, of course I drove her to the airport. Like the day I met her, I walked her all the way to our dorm, you know, because I wanted her to stand under the umbrella because I didn't want her to get wet. So like, you know, say what you will about that, I guess. But yeah, I love her. She's like my favorite person besides like Charlie and select other people, but she's up there. I have a lot to thank her for, not just introducing me to Charlie, but just for being there for me a lot when I needed it. Love her. Yeah, she's like literally the best. I'm still obsessed with her. I still think she's one of the coolest people on the planet. Like, she just has such an aura. And she would like hate to hear any of this. So it's a good thing she's not here because she would hate to hear any of what I just said. But we've talked about getting matching tattoos someday of like an umbrella. And I think that Umbrella by Rihanna is like our love song. Because she could stand under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, A. And she did. I always feel like I'm broken. You're not broken, Doe. We talked about the three of us getting something too. Yeah. Hello. Hello. What did I come back to? I was talking about the day that I met my best friend. I just think of Tom Holland when I hear that song. How come? Alright, next Articuno is going to be the funny number because we're at 368. Always want to get a tattoo, but there's too many I want to get. I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I have like a laundry list of tattoos I want to get, but I have to be very specific about which ones I actually get because I don't want to be like covered in tattoos for my job. So I have to like find a balance between getting tattoos that I want, but not like covering myself. Oh, lip sync battle. Yeah, you're right. He did do that. Forgot about that. All right, this one's number 369. Funny number Articuno. I met her in our, like, first class at college. Yeah. You guys had a decent number of classes together. Same small ass major. Well, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try to get us to 6,500 on the Mareeps, and then I'm gonna have to call it a night because I need to eat dinner, I need to clean the kitchen, I need to do laundry. There's a lot of stuff I gotta do. Tori is gonna come to a fucking nightmare of a house if I don't get some stuff done. And I have to leave in like 5 hours, so... You know, we'll see what happens. These Articunos are not shiny, dog. We're literally going to be, like, next stream we're going to hit 7,000 encounters at least. We're going to be at 8192 before I fucking know it. We better not go over odds. If we go over odds, I'm leaving. And I'm never going into this patch of grass ever again. Come on, be a shiny Mareep. Have you tried that? Have you tried being a shiny Mareep? That one hasn't. Can you guys try being shiny? It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. All right. Where are we at? 6488. All right, we got like 12 to go. You guys want more stars? Here, hold on. Beep, 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 beep. There you go. Get 'em. Get the stars. Get 'em. Get 'em. Get the stars. Tori got the star. Tori got the star. Don't let Tori get all the stars, guys. Come on. Oh, yeah. I forgot about the spam thing. I gotta turn that off so it doesn't do that. Otherwise, the mods get mod hacks. Oh, same to Duck? Damn. I gotta turn the spam protection off. Alright, what if I time Tori out for a minute and then I put more stars? Alright, we're at 98... No, 96 on the... Don't do that, I'd actually cry! I want to do more stars, but I want to turn off, like, the spam protection on, like, auto mod. Hold on. Let me see if I can turn off. I don't know which one of my bots is protecting from the spam, though. Do you guys get a notification from, like, Twitch telling you that you're spamming? Or is it one of the bots telling you? I don't think I have a spam. Ban chatters, hyperlinks. Non-mod chat delay. Email verification. Chat rules. Unban requests. You have to do 30 seconds. That's far too many. But what is causing that, though? I don't know what's causing that. I don't know if it's a Twitch setting or what. Yeah, 30-second spam protection from non-mods. Okay, it says it's built in. So, okay, can you guys try... For me, can you try doing, like, jump and then putting, like, text after it? So, like, jump A and then, like, jump B and see if, since the messages are different, if it will let you spam them? If I drop a bunch of stars, will it let you guys do that? Okay, that worked, right? You did that. Was pretty close together. Yeah, mods, it won't work on mods. Mods have, like, protection against it, but for the rest of them, I'm just trying to see if that works. That works? Okay, what if I drop a bunch of stars for you guys in a minute, and you guys do that, and see what happens. Okay, that was number 75, right? Okay, that was 375 on the Articuno, so we're done there. And then we need 2 more on the Mareeps, and then I'll let you guys jump for stars. You've never gotten a star before? Alright, we're gonna get you one, Duck. We're gonna get you one. Alright, last encounter of the night is a regular Hoppip. Alright. 6,500 we're at. Alright, save game. We're at 110 hours of playing now. 2 identical. Oh no! Wait, why did it work on... Huh. Damn. Well, maybe try... One of you try jump ABC and one of you try jump 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I'm gonna drop a bunch of stars and see if it'll let you... If it'll let you get any of them. Tori, you give them a chance, okay? You give them a chance, all right? These are not for you, Tori. All right, go. Go nuts. Jump. All right, Moth got one. Get him, guys. Get him. I believe in you. Get him. There you go. There you go. D got one. Duck got one. There you go. Duck got another one. Moth got one. Come on, Pasta. Come on, Pasta. Come on, Pasta. Oh, no. Come on. You're so close. Oh. All right, one more. One more. One more star. Who's gonna get it? Oh, oh, oh! Duck! Let's go! Good job! Alright, who didn't get one? I'm gonna drag... I'll drag Doe to one. Oh, wait. Ugh, that was the wrong button. Hold on. Doe gets one. Who else didn't get one? Did Pasta get one? One for Pasta. There you go. There you go. Forcibly dragged into the stars. You're welcome. Alright. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Fun stream tonight, despite the lack of shinies. I gotta go, because I gotta pick up Tori from the airport in the morning, and I have much to do before then. You guys can follow me on all my social medias. I'm on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Blue Sky. I meant to post my schedule for the week, and then I forgot to, so maybe I will, maybe I won't, I don't know. But I will be live again on Thursday with Tori here. Next time you see Ty, Tori will be here. So... Yeah, you can join the Discord. We do a question of the day every single day, and we also do a movie night or a game night once a month, and we're going to be doing it this upcoming Saturday? It's the last Saturday of the month, whatever that is. So be prepared for that. And what else? You can use my code selftitle10 for 10% off of your Advanced EG at checkout. You can go to our coffee shop if you want to buy our candy, Charlie's Crochet, and all of the other things we make. Maybe Charlie will stream tomorrow or Friday, and then maybe Tori will stream tomorrow or Friday, or you guys can pick and choose the days you wanna stream. All right, let me find someone to raid. See if anyone else is doing stuff. Why is Valkyrae playing? She's doing Pokemon's. She's doing a Soul Link right now? Okay, period. Well, she has 5.4 thousand viewers. Let's not rate her. Fusli's doing one. What the hell? They're all doing it. Winky, Fusli, Moxie, and Valkyrae are all doing Soul Links right now. The fuck? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna ignore that. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I've rated this person before. I was gonna say, wait, somebody's doing Heart Gold, Soul Silver, but I literally just rated that person recently, so... Trying to find somebody I haven't rated, but I feel like I've rated all of these people. This person has a cool model. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to send you guys over to a VTuber who looks like they're playing through the DLC for the first time, question mark, maybe? So those are your raid messages. The first two are for anyone to use, and the second two are for subscribers only. So use whichever one works best for you. If you are not a subscriber, perhaps don't use the one that has sub emotes, because they will not appear. Yeah, I'm going to go eat dinner, and then we're going to go pick up Tori from the airport. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your time zone. Take care of yourself. Stay hydrated. Do all of the things. Let me get this raid started. We're going over to Nyx, I believe. So give her some love. Send those raid messages to let her know that you're from me. Yeah, it looks like she's a furry VTuber. She's Canadian. She seems very cute, so go say hi to her. And next time you see me, Tori will be here. All right, see you guys next time. Bye!